Hello? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Let me know how the audio's going. Can everybody hear me okay? Five by five. Okay. All right then. Thank you. We're going to be starting in a bit. I'm just going to give it a couple of minutes to allow people to come in. There's something there to read. And yeah. So if anybody's got any questions for Lockheed Martin, whack them in the Discord channel for live questions, and we will get through to them. There's going to be a bit of a disclaimer thing that I need to say first before we start, and what's going to happen, what to expect really. So we got a flight that we're going to be doing as well, which I'm just setting up for now. But I'm telling you, the weather ain't so good in Birmingham, guys. It's raining, it's murky, and the simulator shows that. Oh, it's gonna be an interesting one, to be honest. It's gonna be very interesting. So, just setting that up now. And then we'll get going. About another 5 minutes, I reckon. So go get your coffees, go get your breakfasts or lunches or whatever you need to go get your drinks, and we'll be starting. Don't know why I can't hear the weather in the sim. That's interesting. Anyway. Testing. Uno, dos, tres, cuatros. Magic. Hopefully that's not too loud. Book face. I like. Nice, thanks, Ben. Yeah, I haven't shared this out to anybody. Well, and those that that know me know why. So, just my personal Facebook page, to be honest. Right, I think we're almost ready here now. Get this mother started, I reckon. So, that's that. That's that. That's that. That is that. That is that. And that is it. Right then. Let's get this monkey show on the road. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Welcome. Hey, John. How's it going, buddy? I'm just finishing setting up this flight here. So that's Project Fly going to track this. That's the crew. And just going to start this one. Which never gets the date, these hours right. I don't know where it gets these numbers from. Like plucks them out of thin air or something. Right, so we've got like an order things are going to go in. Basically, for like literally till noon, I'm just going to be setting up this flight, waiting for people to come in who wanted to come in to take part in this. There is no Ryanair sound pack, is there? It's a bummer, isn't it? So, and then we'll get to it with the sort of the current state that V5 P3D is in, what we all feel about that, and then like what we would like to see as features in the future within V5, and then talk about a possible what could be V6. I know for a fact that I say, because I have been told, that Lockheed Martin get together the members of P3D in the new year, and they discuss their year ahead and kind of create their roadmap, I guess, for that year, which obviously they never share with anybody. We've never seen a roadmap ever, but they know what they're doing. And so they will be taking notice of this live stream. So any questions you've got, there is a Discord channel down below. The link is down below. Put your questions that you actually want to pose to Lockheed Martin in that channel, and I will read from that channel later on in the stream. But I mean, obviously, we're not going to be getting an answer to these questions, but we can discuss these questions, and then at least they have that knowledge, or they have those questions that they can address in their own way, in their own space. But this is the community's chance now to voice what they probably don't really get to voice to Lockheed Martin. Now, of course, there is the forums. There is the Lockheed Martin P3D forums that people can go on there, and they do have a request section, like a feature request section. I've gone in there, and I've actually pulled through a lot of people's requests, and I will be reading them out as well. But also, I've contacted community members. I've asked them specifically, what would you like to see in a future version of P3D? They've told me theirs. I've got them all written down in my notepad here, and we're going to go through them one by one later on and discuss them as well. So this basically, the intention for this live stream is purely So there is a central location where both the social media community and the P3D forums community can be voiced together, because at the moment there is only the forums. Lockheed Martin most likely only look at those forums and read from them. I know they do go on social media in terms of the individual developers are present on social media, but for what they actually listen to that community, I don't know. So this is that chance for those two communities to come together. So I've posted it on the forums in Lockheed Martin. I've posted it on my social media and invited anybody to take part in this. It has had a limited, I would say, exposure to other communities, basically because I've been banned from them communities, which I find very puzzling, really. The reason I've been banned from a few Facebook groups is because I've been sharing my YouTube videos out to those groups, and all my YouTube videos for P3D are designed and created to help people with specific needs. I don't really make videos like show off the beautiful graphics or, you know, just try and make videos to gain viewers. I basically make videos to help people, and that is it for P3D. So maybe I should change my way and forget the help videos and just make funny flight videos, or, you know, I don't know. It's weird. Yeah, going to Birmingham, from Birmingham to the Gran Canaria. I mean, as you can see, Birmingham, guys, look at this. It's a bit dire, isn't it? It's Birmingham. I mean, that's exactly what I see outside my window, guys. That's exactly what I see. It's white. It was raining. It's not now, but it was raining. So, and we're taking 177 pounds. No, we're taking 265 now. They've just changed their minds. So we'll wait for these people. You know, board the plane and stuff. Someone slammed the door on me. So yeah. Good morning, Paul. How's it going? How is everybody? So finally, and by the way, guys, finally I'm on a decent connection. So hopefully, we ain't got too much problems here. Please do let me know if there is any issues with the stream. YouTube's already telling me they can't take the power of my internet now. We recommend you bitrate to 2,500. Whoops. It's at like 6,500 or something like that. 6,000. They want me to lower it. Oh well. I'm sure they will do it on their end. And this is the final stream, guys, for YouTube for the year 2020. Got a plane coming over. Don't know if you can hear that. The planes that come over where I currently live go right into the runway, and they drop their wheels literally as they come into view where I am, and I can see them, and they're literally, I can reach out and touch them, honestly, and then they just lower their wheels and then go into land. I'm that close to the airport, guys. I can smell the fuel from here, okay? So, let me see here.
I have a challenge for all of you.
Came off. Yep, seems to be going okay. Beautiful. Right then. So, let's get started, shall we? Again, I don't know why I can't hear the rain or anything like that. It's a little bit weird. But we're going to the Gran Canaria. We're going to start this plane up. We're going to get this to the air, and then we're going to start with what we're going to do today. So the first thing we're going to discuss, I've got it all written down here. First thing we're going to discuss is the state of V5. Like, how we all feel about V5. And again, if there is a question that you want to ask, pop your questions in my Discord in the live questions section. I will be pulling straight from there. Any questions that are asked directly to Lockheed Martin in the chat will just be ignored. It's because I want it to be non-confusing, basically. So I feel like if a lot of people are chatting, it might get confusing. So to help streamline this, questions in the Discord, yeah? If there's a feature request that you want to see in the future of P3D, type the word in brackets, feature in block capitals, and that way I can then associate which ones are question, like feature requests, and which ones are just discussions. Because obviously with each new request that I've got here, that we're going to have a chat about it and discuss it. So I don't want people's requests to get lost in the chat, or people's questions that are important, you know, to Lockheed Martin to get lost in the chat. So therefore, make sure you put your questions in my Discord, and you put your feature requests in block capitals with feature in brackets, and that way it's all nice and easy, isn't it? Also, first disclaimer, there is no Lockheed Martin representation, as far as I'm aware, in the chat who will be answering any questions. This isn't a Q&A between Lockheed Martin and the community, okay? This is purely the community's opportunity to voice their opinion and their requests and how they feel about P3D now and in the future to Lockheed Martin. You know, I don't know if Lockheed Martin go around on social media and look for people's requests there, but they do have it on their forums. But me, sadly, I've actually had to back out of their forums because it's gotten a little bit negative, and I don't really like that. You know, it's like I go there to help people or to find answers myself, but it's just become too trolly, you know. Ruined really by one person. So P3D forums, you will not find me. Facebook groups, except for the one I'm in right now, you will not find me. You will find me in my Discord, and that's pretty much it, you know. So it's just, yeah, I don't know what it is, man. People, they ask for help, but then they have a go at you afterwards. It's weird. I don't know. I prefer much more combining community, you know. Anyway, so that's the way it's going to go. And then at 1 p.m. we'll discuss the future features, and 2 p.m. we're going to talk about what possible V6 can be, what it means, and also, of course, I'll be with my opinion as well. So, right then, let's get this show on the road, shall we? So we've got ATC here, a massive. That's a bit big. That is. Shrink that down a little bit. We're not on VATSIM. We're just doing it again. The sound is like I can't hear. I'm sure the sound is here. In fact, let's get the power on. I'm not going to be going by a checklist here. I'm literally just going to be eyeballing it. This isn't. There we go. Sound is working. Right.
Runway 15, landing and departing runway 15. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Device controller on initial contact, you have Sierra.
Emergency lights. Where are they gone?
1115 Zulu. Wind 151.
Emergency lights.
Visibility 2 in rain. Sky conditions ceiling 500 broken. Temperature 9.
Do you know, it's been so long since I played with the 737. I've forgotten where half the stuff is. Where's the emergency lights? Have I already put them on or something?
All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Device controller on initial contact, you have Sierra.
Seriously, like.
Airport information.
Oh, there it is.
1115 Zulu. Wind 15110.
It's been a while. It's been a while. Right. Connect to the ground power. Might as well connect these up as well. We'll connect up the ground power. That's loud. Turn that down a little bit. That'll be loud, guys, or what? Right. Let's open up the doors.
Landing and departing runway 15. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Device controller on initial contact, you have Sierra. Service airport information, Sierra 1115 Wind 15110. Visibility 2 wind. Sky conditions ceiling 500 broken. Temperature 9.8. Altimeter
Sounds like someone's hoovering. What is that? Let's try and shut that up. What's that hoovering noise? Self-loading cargo. Man, that's really loud. Right, that's what it is. It's the gate ambience noise. Turn that up like that. There we go. That's better. Man, I thought the cleaners had been on. Okay, right. Cargo doors opened. Let's start getting the catering on and the fuel. One thing I've also got to say, guys, is it's been a while since I've been live. Basically, because the internet that I've had here, the wireless internet, has just caused me so many issues that I had to literally get a power line installed and run the cable to the router downstairs to be able to do live streaming again. But it's still not. I'm still not 100% happy with it yet. There's still a few things to work out, so I will be working through those bugs still until I'm happy with it, you know. So, right, doors are open, ground connections. Let's work out how much payload have we got here. How many people are coming on board? Remember, all you first-class passengers, if you're a subscriber to my channel, you're a first-class passenger, you're on board the aircraft. And I will be inviting the cabin crew to join me today in a chat. Where is the payload section? There it is. 177 passengers. Well, we can only fit 174 on there, so we'll say it's a full payload. There we go. But we're going over. So, are they fueling up or what? Oh my gosh, it's busy here. What's going on? Whoa, dudes. Busy here. Look at this. I guess we better, the doors are open, they're ready for passengers. Really? Should we start the boarding as well? I mean, the fuel, is that fuel on its way or what? We requested the fuel, but it ain't arrived yet. Where's the fuel coming from? Gran Canaria? Anyway, guys, I haven't seen anybody put anything in the chat here. Is anybody still there? Am I still live? What's going on? Yeah, we're going from Birmingham to Gran Canaria. Let me get the feature requests. Mate, I've got like 3 pages of features here. Feature requests to get through. And any questions that people have posted, which done a couple already. Go through. Close the doors. Cargo doors. Food doors. Are at entry app. Right, I think we start boarding these passengers now. Let's get this show on the road. I'm going to start GSX off first because they that tends to take a little bit longer than everyone else. So can we see these passengers? Glass gangway here. So I mean, who's put this thing in here? They can't get down here. Look at that. What's this? There's a big thing in the corridor here. People can't walk down here and get on. What's going on? What is that? Air conditioning unit in here. The doors are closed. The doors need to be open for us to get on. Well, at least our doors are open. That's something. They can get on board at least. I know. It's an empty plane. Where's the crew? The crew should be here as well. The crew have walked off. I'm gonna fly this plane by myself here. Hey, who are these two dudes? Hey, this is my plane. Get out. My cockpit. Right, let's finish setting this plane up, shall we? Right, it's been a while since I set this plane up. I'm going to do it all by memory here. Let's turn the air conditioning on at least. I don't have the... Let's see. Ground power. Start the APU. Start the APU. Where that go? Go sign on. Right, we better contact the tower and ask for permission to take off.
Clearance delivery. Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141 with ATIS request clearance.
BCA2141, cleared to Golf Charlie Lima Papa via Charlie Papa Tango 2 Yankee and then the side. Climb to flight level 60, expect flight level 350 within 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency is 122 decimal 1, squawk 1276, QNH 1001.
Good fire from Charlie Papa Tango 2 Yankee climb to flight level 60, expect flight level 350 within 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 122 decimal 1, squawk 1276, QNH 1001, Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
BCA 2141, read that correct. Contact ground on 121 decimal 8.
Roger, 121 decimal 8, Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
Right, start the boarding, I think. Still waiting for the fuel truck to arrive. Where's this fuel truck, man? They're saying a slick operation, this. It's not as slick as I'd have liked it. I mean... boys haven't even fueled me up yet. Don't know, man. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I need to There we go. You got the power now, Ben. Giving you the power Grayskull, mate. Right, APU is on, so I think we can switch over.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. Once you have located your seat, we ask that you please step out of the aisle. So the passengers behind you can pass you. This will expedite our boarding process. Your large carry-on items need to go in the overhead compartments. Your smaller ones underneath the seat in front of you, keeping all exits and aisles clear. Your window shades are open. Seat backs are in the upright and locked position. Your tray tables have been put away. All your carry-on items are securely stowed. Underneath the seat in front of you, not blocking yours or your neighbor's exit to the main aisle. All electronic devices, anything with an on and off switch, needs to be powered off. And that includes cellular phones. Thank you.
Right, we got the correct data here. No, that's not the right nav data cycle, is it? I don't think I've updated. That'll be interesting, won't it? Can't do it on the fly, can you? Can we do it on the fly?
Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141, Squawk 1276.
Squawk 1276, Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
PMDG, come on. Oh, we've got to add it ourselves, I think. Come on. PMDG, there we go. Now you got it. Oh yeah, save that. PMDG. Oh. See you later then. I guess you can't do it on the fly. I'll have to do it after this then. I've obviously forgotten to do it before. So, anyway. Don't matter. I'm sure it's not going to hinder the flight. He says. Right. Reference airport. We're at gate 40, I believe. So we'll use that as our positioning. We have got a company route, which I will load in now, which is Echo Golf Echo Golf Bravo Bravo GCLP, is it? Is that where we're going? GCLP? Yeah, GCLP. Yay, there we go. Flight number is 32. Well, hang on, Caledonian. We're not Caledonian. Oh. Pro ATC, mate. What are you doing to me? Our
Ladies
flight
and gentlemen,
number
very shortly we'll be ready for departure. So all your mobile phones and electronic devices should be
3295.
switched off. Please make sure your seatbelt is not fastened and do make yourself comfortable. Thank you.
I did change that to Ryanair in the Pro ATC menu. It's clearly just ignored me. Like, right. That's done. Let's ready for boarding now.
I come crew, we're ready to get going now, so as soon as you're ready, you can open the doors and start letting the passengers aboard. Thank you.
Right, index.
No problem.
We'll say 50 because we're going to try and get there quickly. Reserves, fuel reserves. I'm still waiting on the fuel truck. They still haven't told us. We got 30, oh no, reserves.
Bravo Charlie Alpha
3.7 tons.
Squawk 1276.
Squawk 1276, Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
And our altitude today is 350.
Morning.
Morning.
Right. Flaps 5 today. And a trim of 635. Hey, they're here for the fuel. Here we go. Right, how much fuel do we actually need on this trip? We need a total of 33 tons. So that is, I'm going to say half. No, that's not right. We need more. Full fuel, and it's still not enough. Can this plane go to 33 is what we need. And we've got 20. Something tells me that ain't enough, guys. Hey, Squawk Mode, how's it going, mates? I see you there. Are you ready for today?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard.
Three,
Once you have
three,
located your seat, we ask that you please step out of the aisle. So the passengers behind you can pass you. This will expedite
I
our
don't think it's
boarding
going to let me
process.
have that. Yeah.
Your large carry-on items.
We're gonna
need
run
to
out
go
of
in the
fuel,
overhead
guys.
compartments. Your smaller ones underneath the seat in front of you, keeping all exits and aisles clear. Your window shades are open. Seat backs are in the upright and locked position. Your tray tables have been put away. All your carry-on items are securely stowed. Underneath the seat in front of you, not blocking yours or your neighbor's exit to the main aisle. All electronic devices, anything with an on
There you go,
and off
that's a bit
switch
better, isn't it?
needs to be powered off, and that includes cellular phones. Thank you.
Feel that was a bit loud for you guys. 15 tons should be easy enough. Yeah, but it says here, hang on, isn't this in tons, Ben? This is in tons, isn't it? Should be 33,000. Oh, hang on. I might not have changed it in the menu. Oh, hang on. Is it under equipment? Pounds or tons or something? I think I don't think I've, since I've reinstalled, I don't think I actually set it what I usually have it on. Where is it found?
Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141. Squawk 1276.
Squawk 1276,
Might be
Bravo
in
Charlie
pound.
Alpha
Yeah.
2141.
There is, I'm sure there's an option where you can change the maybe not. I thought there was, but maybe not. Anyway. Right, we've removed chocks. Doors, that'll be the next one. Come on, everybody, get on board. Yeah, well, there they are. Everybody's getting on board. Come on, folks, hurry it up. Come on, boys. get her rolling. We didn't do the walk around out here. Dude, this plane looks dirty. Is this not out of clean, this plane? This plane looks well dirty. No one's getting on through this exit. Door's shut up there. There. Your flight plan document might be in pounds. The aircraft is set to kilograms. Oh, is it? So you need to do a conversion from pounds to kilograms. No, I've never had that before. I've had it to where it's either my document in SimBrief I've set it incorrectly. Like I haven't set it back up to one of them. I've never had to do a conversion in my previous flights. It's always been correct. So I have a feeling yeah, it's in pounds. In the past, I've always, that number there is always concurred with in the plane. Anyway, we'll get there. Let's get this rest of this show on the go. So, why are they not coming on board? We're all at the gate. Doors when ready. Doors are open.
Doors locked.
No, doors not locked, love. Doors are open. Why are they still at the gate? Let people on. Pictures are boarding. Right, okay. That was weird. Right, 35,000 feet. In PMDG, the kilogram pound setting is displays, is it? Right.
Squawk 1276, Bravo Charlie
Sort that out now.
2141.
Thanks, Ben. Bloody last page, isn't it? Fuel, no, wait, kilogram, pounds, there we go. That's what it was. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm used to. Thank you, mate. Right, they've boarded all that up. Shut these cargo doors.
Need to go in the overhead compartments. Your smaller ones underneath the seat in front of you, keeping all exits and aisles clear. Your window shades are open. Seat backs are in the upright in locked position. Your tray tables have been put away. All your carry-on items are securely stowed. Underneath the seat in front of you, not blocking yours or your neighbor's exit to the main aisle. All electronic devices, anything with an on and off switch, needs to be powered off. And that includes cellular phones. Thank you.
Right. Here we go. Right, so we've got a bit of time now. The passengers are boarding. There's still like, you know, nearly 150 passengers to board. Like, they all should have names, I feel. They're all getting on. They're all going to the Gran Canary. Another plane coming over. Can't see it though. It's bright. It's a white out. So, anyway, another 15 minutes, and we're gonna start chatting about version 5 and sort of how we feel about version 5. So, if there's anything you guys want to say about version 5, how you think it's running, then in 15 minutes we're gonna start that discussion. I've got some thoughts on it, but I want to hear what everybody else has about how they feel about version 5 currently as it stands. We're on version 5.1, and we've had one hot fix in 5.1, and yeah, it's from my point of view, I think it's very interesting myself. I don't actually see any problems with version 5.1 at all, except, like, not with the core sim itself. The core sim is fine, you know? It's everything that gets put into it that I feel is not fine, you know? I've never had an issue with the core of the sim itself. Never had a problem. All my issues that I've faced with my simulator have been my PC, my operating system mainly. That has been spicing me a lot. And add-ons that I've put in myself, you know. They're the only issues I've ever come across. I personally think Lockheed Martin have done a fantastic job with version 5. It is a huge overhaul, really, of the sim if you think about it, because it's gone from DirectX 11 into DirectX 12, and we've gotten to take advantage of all these extra features that have come with DirectX 12 and benefits as well. The performance benefit is huge when you compare version 4 to version 5. You can achieve so much more in version 5 than you can in version 4 with a certain amount of performance, you know. So like achieving a 30 FPS in version 5 is really easy, you know, super easy with good visuals. Whereas before, you kind of had to work for it, you know, in version 4. You had to really either tone down some things or make sacrifices with things, you know, like, or can't have that add-on because it's too stuttery. Like, I was never able to really successfully run the England region, for instance, in version 4. And I choose not to run it in version 5 because I've gone down another route, but I can run it in version 5 and achieve the frame rate that I want so easily. Whereas in version 4 it was much harder to do that. So for me, I think version 5 for me is great. You know, with the true sky that we get, although today it's a white sky, so not much true sky up there. But what you do get is amazing, you know. And performance-wise, I mean, like, I'm only using half of my VRAM, to be honest. And yet, you know, it's like, I've got quite a lot going on in the sim, to be honest. Like, there's a lot of trees, a lot of buildings. Can't really see it because the weather's pretty crap. But, you know, it's like, everything looks great, and there's like 30 FPS solid, you know. I'm very happy, basically, is what I'm saying. I'm very happy. But what about you guys? What's your thoughts? Like, tell me. You're right, Pete. How's it going, mate? Whoa. Sorry, Peter. You said that. Sorry, Pete. I thanked Ben for that, but I didn't realise it was you, Pete, who put that. Sorry, mate. Thank you so much for letting me know that. What do you guys think of version 5? How do you feel? Like, you know, they fixed a lot from version 4 to version 5. Like, does everybody realize how much they fixed? I don't know if you guys are. There is a place that you can find out. If you go to the P3D website and you go into the Learning Center, they tell you exactly what's new in version 5, but they tell you what's new in every single version. You can actually go back to the previous versions. You've got version 1, version 2, version 3, version 4, and version 5, and what we've actually had that is new, you know, and even in 5.1, which I think is pretty cool, you know. It's nice to see your passengers are Ryanair satisfied. Oh, what? 18%? What the? Seriously, it's never been that low before. Dudes, that is a burn. God, even the virtual passengers don't even like me. I mean, what is going on? Passengers are thirsty and... Oh, my life. So, yeah, like, going through the features for version 5, Like, we've got beautiful skies and beautiful oceans when you compare it to version 4. You got true sloped runways now, which I had sloped runways in version 4 with an add-on. Right? I had this add-on called sloped runways, and I added it in, and it gave me sloped runways in version 4, but like, it was always a bit ropey, to be fair. But this one has got support for that straight away, for the AI as well, which is great. The AI couldn't do sloped runways version 4, sadly. I added 8.3 kilohertz spacing support. Does anybody know what that means? I don't. Multiplayer has been enhanced as well, which it was definitely ropey in version 5.0, to be fair, when I tried it. Definitely ropey. I'm glad that they've changed, like, updated the data across the globe, which unfortunately has made runways and airport locations now different to what the add-on is stating, which means developers have to go back and update their products, but they haven't. They've been letting us do it as the community. We've had to go back into airports and with the airport, design editor ourselves to, pick out things that are supposed to have been done by the developer, basically, like default buildings of your airports or your runways are in the correct position. But we have to do it ourselves, it seems like. Hey Eric, how's it going there? Hey, 8.3 kilohertz is the radio frequency spacing. Oh, thank you, Eric. I had no idea what that meant, so thank you for letting me know, filling me in on that. But guys, how do you think version 5 is? Please let me know in the chat. Yeah? You get an added prompt to warn if your GPU memory has run out. Hey, how many people have had that prompt in the past? Yeah. In other words, your GPU crashes.
Squawk 1276.
Squawk 1276.
I mean,
Bravo, Charlie,
I've never
Alpha
played with VR, so I've
2141.
never known what the experience is like with VR. I had a go test on it, but I think it was an X-Plane at Cosford one time, which that was pretty fun. But yeah, I mean, loads of fixes and improvements in version 5, And then in 5.1, what have we got here? Slew of new features. Enhanced atmospherics is now enabled by default and no longer in beta. I love the fact that now we have a smoother, more reliable way for panels using the HTML5 script. Like, I felt the difference in that with the GSX pop-up. That it works much better, doesn't crash as much as it used to. Audit exposure to HDR. It's good when you get all the bugs ironed out, like the DXGI stuff. VRAM usage right now, I am happy with it, but still some room for improvement. Oh yeah, of course, definitely. There's total room for improvement, and that's exactly what we're going to be talking about in an hour. Like, what would you guys like to see? Start thinking now, guys. What features would you like to see? And we're going to completely not include, enhancements and improvements to performance or better VRAM usage, because that is a given. That is you've already taken that home, folks. All right, that's a definite given. So have a think. What actual feature would you like to see implemented into P3D? Have a think now, and in an hour start writing them in the comments, of what you would like to see with the feature in brackets, in capital letter in brackets, so I can clearly see. Yeah, fixed a lot of issues here with like rain to appear inside the cockpit. So I know that happened with Active Sky when I used Active Sky. I guess that was an issue that they had, or that they fixed it. One of the two. I know that the Lockheed Martin have been working with some developers in enhancing the sim for their products. But there's a massive difference between version 5 and version 4 in the way that in the way that the add-on and the developers, like there was a lot more developers who were working with Lockheed Martin for version 4 than they were for version 5. And I kind of feel like version 5 was kind of like a knee-jerk reaction to what was going on in the community, like with Microsoft. Because if everybody thinks back to last year, 2019 of April, and Microsoft dropped the bomb of this new simulator they're going to be developing, and everybody was like, it looks amazing, you know? And it does, you know, and it did, like back in the trailer.
Bravo, Charlie,
And I think it took the community by surprise, because I don't think there was that many developers within the community who were even in the know about that. I know PMDG were finding out for the first time when they saw the trailer, as were a lot of other developers. But and we know now from videos of past that very few developers, and not necessarily flight sim community developers, were joined in the collaboration of helping to create that sim. So I feel like, you know, version 5 was always going to be released, but I don't think it was planned to be released when it was. I feel like that they were going to release it maybe in the summertime and allow people to have access to it then, but I feel like that they felt they had to release it when they did, which was back in like February, because of Microsoft moving their timetable up to release their product in the summer. I truly believe, like, I was on the alpha team, and I truly believe that they were going to release it in October or November, you know, of this year. They ended up releasing it in August, which, like, I was totally surprised by that when they announced that they were releasing it. I was like, this ain't ready for public release. This is far from being ready. But yet they released it. And I feel that they did that early as a direct result of the global world pandemic that was sweeping around. So, like, I think that they felt they had to do it when they did, instead of when they wanted to, which was have more time for development and for ironing out a few bugs that they have or possibly even still have. And because they released it early, I feel that Lockheed Martin's kind of knee-jerk reaction to, oh, they're gonna release their product in the summer, right? Well, we've got to get to it before, because if everybody goes over to Microsoft, that, you know, people won't want to know about P3D. And I genuinely believe that was the consensus at the time when this product was released. Get it out before Microsoft, because when that drops, we're dead. Or that not many people will want to continue to support this. But in all honesty, that's not the case. Like, people have gone over to try it, and they've come back after trying it. And, like, P3D is my preferred simulator and will always be my preferred simulator. So, but I know that there were a slew of developers involved in version 4 that were no longer involved in version 5, and I feel that it was kind of rushed out the door because of else things in the community. And maybe had Lockheed Martin maybe worked more with developers, we would have less issues now, you know, especially with True Sky. I feel like that they could have done a few more things with developers to benefit us simmers. But at the end of the day, we're not their first priority, are they? Are we? You know, we are literally second priority to
Bravo,
their
Charlie,
own needs, really.
Squawk 1276.
Are we still boarding passengers here?
Squawk 1276,
Yep.
Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
Right, let's get the hydraulic pumps going. We're gonna start these engines soon. And we might as well set the fuel pumps as well. Oh, I think I need some light in here, to be honest. Not that it is giving me any light. Right. We're going to ask for push back and start up, even though passengers are still boarding, but
Bravo Charlie
they'll give us
Alpha
5 minutes.
2141. Request start up and push back.
Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141. Outbound pushback approved.
Approved. Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
So what does everybody think about version 5? Like, how do you guys feel about it? You know, from me personally, I'm excited. Like, I think it's more stable now than it ever was before in previous versions, and there is still, like Eric said, room for improvement, and I can't wait to see that improvement come, and I know it will come. You know, literally by the time 5.5 rolls around, this is going to be a very stable sim, if we allow it to be very stable. Like, the main issue is right now is us. We're the only thing at the moment causing crashes in our own sim. Okay, let me explain. P3D or Lockheed Martin have created P3D, and they're moving it in a direction that is for them, really. You know, we've been allowed to utilize it, we've got a license for using it, and you know, it's always been the normal from P3D version 1 right up to P3D version 3 that you can use your FSX add-ons and it will be compatible because it comes from that same engine. It comes from that very same engine of FSX. So therefore, it's got the same structure and the same, you can literally port them over, and you can use the same installer if you want. Like, very little problems, you know. And in version 4 it started to change. That was the turning point where it started to change, where they started to break away from sort of the FSX engine and develop it in their own like direction, right? Which meant that certain add-ons no longer would be compatible with version 4, and that you had to have a version 4 compatible add-on, and a lot of developers upgraded their products to be version 4 compatible. And you'll find that version 4 compatibility everywhere you go, on every store page or everything, you know, you see it's version 4 compatible, and it truly is version 4 compatible. That's 100% true, you know. And then Lockheed Martin go and change for version 5, and they add features, they do things to this version that means that your version 4 products are no longer 100% compatible. Like, you can install them in, it will work still, but they won't display correctly, and that's down really to TrueSky. But it's also down to the way that they've encoded, or that they've created the coding of their sim, for the way that the developers have had to create their add-ons. It's changed, right? And they've no longer supported certain values or certain ways of compiling add-ons. It's they're moving away from it, but developers have still been using these ways. And one classic example is UK 2000. You know, the Extreme series. Now this is an Extreme airport. We're at Birmingham, and this is an Extreme airport, and this was created, I mean, this is version 5, right? I downloaded it from my account and it said version 5 on it, and I installed it and it's version 5, but it's not really version 5. This airport, what you're looking at, was created back in FSX and was created for FSX, and then just literally recompiled for version 4, but done in probably the exact same way as the FSX version. In other words, certain decisions that the developer made in order to create these objects still stand even in this version, even if Lockheed Martin has stated that we don't support that way anymore. The developer has chosen to stick with this way of compiling, and I've had conversations with the developer of UK 2000, and his answer is the reason why he's not going to go back and recompile this is because he can't. He hasn't got the technology, he hasn't got the actual assets anymore to go back and actually recompile in the way that Lockheed Martin want it recompiled to be 100% compatible with version 5. He says he just doesn't have access to that, you know, tech anymore, and if he wants to do a Birmingham airport for version 5, he's going to have to completely rebuild it from the ground up. Fair enough, he says. Like, that's fair enough. That means in the future there'll be a new Birmingham airport, which will be updated and be fully compatible with version 5. That's great. If I invest in that or not, I don't know, but that's great that they're going to do that. It might not come next year or the year after, but it will come. It's just going to take time. Now, there are so many add-ons that have this thing, and you know which add-ons because they stand out from the true sky. Like the objects, they stand out from the mist or the haze or the clouds. They just don't interact at all with True Sky, and that's basically because they were built before True Sky. They were created and made before True Sky existed, and they were made in such a way that they are not compatible anymore with Lockheed Martin version 5, you know. But even though the developer has gone back to remake an installer for version 5, it doesn't mean that the add-ons are for version 5. Now, version 5.1 changed things radically. It took True Sky out of beta, and it was the main point at which we saw a lot of things standing out from the cloud. And that's because the SDK kit had changed from version 5.0 to 5.1. So version 5.1 now has been out for what, 3 months, is it? Please correct me if I'm wrong. It's been out for I came here in September. We're now in December, and that's when version 5.1 I think came out. It was in September. So I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. We're like 3 months into the new like 5.1, and how many airports have been made with the SDK kit of 5.1 is my question. Like, we're still getting new airports being released now, you know, and those airports must have been in development for the past couple of years at least. What SDK kit were they used with, if not with the new one? Because if it ain't with 5.1, it's not going to be 100% compatible with your sim. Therefore, you're sticking in add-ons like me that are not compatible 100% with 5.1, i.e. you're going to get crashes, i.e. there's going to be issues, you know. And these passengers are still bored. Look at her. What was that all about? What was that about? Look at him, eh? Smooth, eh? Oh, yeah, man, I'm going to Gran Canaria. Get some hay. Man, these passengers. Oh, yeah, she's on the prowl. Cougar alert right there. My gosh. Any more passengers coming? Come on, GSX. Load us up. Passengers are all boarded. Here we go.
And the aircraft is clear, sir.
Right, shut the doors. The doors are shutting. Let's shut these doors. Close.
Hi, Captain. All passengers are on board.
Dude, you know what? I haven't even finished me me thing here. Let me finish this up here. I just realized. Do you know what? Let's get thingy going. Guys, put in the chat now what your thoughts are on version 5, and I'll just quickly get this flight going. Like, where do you think version 5 stands, you know? In like, you use it. Like, Ben said he loves it. Eric says it's good, but there's still room for improvement. Right, we're going runway 15.
1276, Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
We're going runway 15, and we're going off the Captain 2Y. I'm going to call it Captain 2Y. I don't think that's what it really is called, but that's the one we're going off of. Right, so put that in, and we'll sort the thingy out later. The arrival. I'm not sure if I'll be here for the landing of the stream, but maybe. I might stream till we land. Right, V-speed's in. There we go. That's all good to go. Enabled to do 210. Oh, don't worry about it then. Oh, we're on the leg page. Right, so doors are all shut. Ground connections are disconnected. We've removed that. That's good to go. Right then, let's get a pushback going. We've disconnected the GPU. Oh. Right then. Departure clearance requested, waiting for operate stairs. Jetway is no longer available. We'll get the stairs. What? Operate jetway is no longer available. What's going on here? The boarding's completed. Fuel truck not available during. Yeah, I don't want fuel truck. I want to depart, dude. What's going on? There we go. Now they're going. Right. Fuel pumps are pumping. Hydraulics are hydraulicking. Let's turn the packs off in favor. Ready for this. Hang on. There's something we need to do here. Seatbelt signs are ready. We're going to depart. Right. Pushback is going to commence soon.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Me too, mate. Me too. I feel like there's something I'm missing here. Is that IRS aligned? Yeah. This all good to go? Yep. This all good to go. Right then, let's. Oh, hang on. We need to transpond here. What's the transponder number? 1276. 1276. Turn the transponder on and do a test. Straight pushback, please.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Right.
Release parking brakes.
Turn the floods on a little bit.
TCAS test. Passed.
Passed. All right. Releasing parking brakes, Squire.
Commencing push.
We're ready for it.
All
Pushes.
engines clear. Start at will.
Start the wind engines.
Bravo, Charlie,
Here we go, boys.
Squawk
Engine start.
1276.
Squawk 1276.
Open
Bravo
start
Charlie
valve.
Alpha 2141.
No, start valve open. There we go. It's running. It's a cooking. Satisfaction isn't very high, Ben says. Do you know what? I don't know why they're moaning. I mean, they're going to Gran Canaria for Christmas. Dudes ought to be more, happy about that. At the end of the day, they're alive, and that's all the best they can hope for with my flight. Right, introduce the fuel. Flight director can go on. I mean, look at the weather here, guys. It's so bumsy looking. Oh yeah, start the clock, innit? Start the clock. Auto throttle alarmed.
Welcome aboard. We ask that you please fasten your seat.
Auto throttle alarm. Oh, not yet.
Baggage underneath your seat.
Jump starting, I guess.
Compartments. We also ask that your seats
The
and
flaps
tables are
ready.
in the upright position for takeoff. We should not fall personal
Arm that
electronic
speed
devices,
brake.
including laptops and cell phones. Smoking is
Right,
prohibited
that
for
should
the duration
done.
of the
Yep,
flight.
cool.
Thank you for choosing us at Jerry
Set
Flight.
parking brakes.
Set parking brakes. Done that.
Waiting your confirmation for good engine start.
I think we're gonna have a good engine start, sir. Yep, that's coming online. N2's rising nicely. Oil temps are looking good.
Please direct your attention to the monitors above as we review the emergency procedures.
It's Ryanair, isn't it?
Emergency exits on the side. They can be indicated.
Reversers are out. What's that all about?
Note that the emergency
It does this every time.
count the number of doors to the sets. Should the cabin experience cabin
There we go.
Please
I don't know
take
why the
note
reversers
and
do
listen
that.
for
It's a
instructions
bit
from the
weird.
cabin.
Right,
Oxygen
let's introduce
mask
the
will
fuel on
drop
that
down
one.
from above your seat.
Now we can turn our
Place the
auto
mask
throttle
over
on.
your mouth and nose, like this. Pull the
We're heading to
straps
runway
tight.
150.
Make sure that your own mask is on first before helping your children.
And we're
In the
cleared up to
likely event of
6,000
emergency landing
feet.
evacuation, leave your carry-on items behind. Life rafts are located below your seat, and emergency lighting will lead you to the closest
And
exit and
we want to be
slide.
going like
We ask that
200
you make sure
miles
that
an
all
hour or
carry-on
something.
luggage is stown away safely during the flight. While we wait for takeoff, let's take a moment to review the
Right,
safety
that's
data
that
card from
clicked
the
in.
pocket in front of you.
Boom. Have we got a good engine start here? Both engines are purring like a kitten. Oh yeah, baby. Let's do this. Well, we got medical emergency already. Passengers are anxious. Why are they anxious? I really don't get it. They're thirsty. The crew aren't seated. Why are the crew not seated? Oi, crew, sit down. Man,
Unlocking gear.
okay, man. Turn that shine to auto. Oi, attendees, sit the hell down.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Right, we got auto brake set. Flaps are set. Yaw damper. Set that. Let's go on. The engines are started, so now we can go on to the old generator. Turn them on. Pit outs on.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Turn that off. Everything looks good. Yep. We're gonna get permission to taxi now.
Grand Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141. Request taxi.
Bravo Charlie Alpha 2.
We're gonna turn the APU off.
Delta Echo Alpha to runway 15.
Via Delta Echo Alpha to runway 15. Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
And we ask that you direct your attention to the forward side of each cabin to the TV monitors for a brief important safety message.
Right then. Hey, Squire.
Turn on the fasten seatbelt sign if you haven't already done so.
Can we go?
We request that you store your luggage and take your seat so we can
Runway 15.
For those passengers seated in a designated
I'm the
area,
captain.
hold upon documents in the event of
Captain
emergency.
Pestridge.
Please refer to the safety
Request follow me,
briefing
yeah.
on the exit row information card located in the seatbelt pocket to ensure you meet the exit row criteria and understand the information. After carefully reviewing this card, if you believe you could be injured, do not wish to or cannot perform the functions listed, please notify a flight attendant.
Follow me has arrived. Oh, here he is. Right in front of me. Right then, boys.
I will notify you.
Let's go.
To bring these items out for you. If there's any question as to what device you can use on board today, please refer to the Welcome Aboard section of your My magazine. Thank you for your attention.
Let's start rolling. Once we get into the air, guys, once we get up to cruise, we're going to start the P3D off. The feature requests. Or the discussion about version 5, really. How's it all looking, guys? Is everything smooth and okay? Give us the feedback on the old stream. That way I can make it better next time. You're flying too, Ben. You going to Gran Canaria too, mate? Right. Oh, do you know what? We didn't set the QNH. What is the QNH here? 1001. That's my bad. Let me do this on the run. Right, set. Did we get out? Why are we going at snail pace here? Whoa. Let's get a weather report up as well. We got the weather here. I mean, the weather report means jack shit, really. We'll be flying either way, to be honest. I haven't got any, like, weather data on board here to, you know, not fly through, like, hurricanes and stuff, so we just fly through them, don't we? You're at Heathrow to San Francisco, baby. Oh, yeah. The 747. All right. Come on. Somebody get out and push. This thing keeps stopping. Rev those engines, man. There we go. Oh. Hey, yo, Adrian. It's a short flight. Heathrow to San Francisco. Look at this. This is exactly, by the way, guys, this weather is exactly what it is outside. I look outside, I see this. Anybody who lives in Birmingham will concur. Look, I can see actual raindrops hitting the ground. I've never seen that before. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Can you see that, guys? Little sprinkly little raindrops. Right, oh, taxi light. Oh, yeah, we've already hit it. Runway, turn off lights, turn them on. I think we need to turn the window wipers on as well a little bit. Not that it makes a difference. I think we're all set up correctly here. Burning down the runway or down the taxiway. Hey, what is all the smoke coming out of the tires? Hey? What's that all about? Why have I got smoke coming off my tires? I'm not going that fast. And my brakes aren't set. Lockheed Martin need to work on the way True Sky is implemented with the boxing effect. Regardless of how many tweaks we do, the Adam experience will still get boxing more often than not. It's still very repetitive. Yeah. I mean, it's just the way True Sky is made, isn't it? There's only so much you can do to mask it. You know, it's like sometimes, even with or without the Adam experience, you're going to get this, you're either going to get amazing clouds and they look gorgeous, or you're going to get a boxing effect. It really is random. And, well, maybe there is a way to get around it then, like masking the effect is the only thing I found, but it's not 100% guaranteed because it decides, the conditions decide how the True Sky is implemented. So with the right conditions, it can look amazing. With the wrong conditions, it's going to look crap. But, yeah. There we go, boys. That's the view. First class passengers, you've all got it. You're all on board, guys. That's the viewpoint you got. First class, and then economy. Okay? And then the eye in the sky is watching us all. Lighting improvements, the contrails lighting up the sky. Well, I mean, yeah, we do already have contrails in the sim, and then with third-party add-ons, you can even enhance it even more. But I think they're too bright. I think it's either all or nothing, by it seems of it. Like, I don't know. Your recent screenshots in Discord show True Sky clouds at their best. When True Sky works, it works well. I guarantee, I 100% agree with you there, Ben. When True Sky looks amazing, it's like amazing, you know? And same with me, I only show my best screenshots unless I'm trying to do a comparison, but it's we need to get some screenshots from this flight, to be fair, so maybe we get some now. Right, so last checks here, everything is set correct. Yep.
Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141. Contact tower on 118.3.
That's exactly what I was just about to do, dude.
118.3. Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
Contrails shouldn't be seen at night. Yeah, but that's yeah, they're too bright, aren't they? Right, contact tower, request takeoff clearance.
Tower, Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141, holding short of runway 15, request departure.
BC8 to 141, hold your position.
Holding our position.
Oh.
Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
We gotta hold. We gotta hold before we can get on the runway. I think there's a plane coming in, boys. We'll hold up here. We got a plane coming on final or something. Good luck to the guy landing, like seriously. Let's move up a little bit on the line. I don't see anybody coming into land. I think I can hear somebody coming in. Yeah, I can hear somebody coming in. Right, let's wait here then. Oh, he's just landed. We missed it. Oh, bloody hell. That dude there. Huh. Nighttime is nighttime. Nighttime is gorgeous if you've got black marble. Honestly, I love nighttime. I love doing night flights now. Is there any more coming in? I don't see anybody. What's he doing? Come on, dudes. We got a plane to fly here. Is he still up? Yeah, get off the runway, mate. I want to take off. Bloody hell. In no hurry. We're gonna have another plane due in now.
BC8 to 141, line up runway 15.
Beautiful. That's us.
Lining up runway 15, Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
Let's get on the runway. Here we go, boys. It's coming. Holidays are coming. Holidays are coming. Come on, boys. We're going to Christmas in Gran Canaria. Right. Runway lights on.
BC8 to 141.
Taxi lights off.
160 9er. Runway 15 cleared for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff, boys. Here we go. Rock and roll.
141.
Oh. Oh yeah. Orbex lights. They work for you, mate. That's. Here we go. 90.
100.
Hundreds. Feel that burn. Bombing it.
V1.
V1. Rotation! Here we go, boys! Oh, yeah. Mate, I love flight simulation, man. Oh, shit. Gear up. Positive climb, baby. We're going to put it straight on the autopilot. Because I feel like I'm going to kill everybody here.
Departure Bravo, Charlie, Alpha 2141.
There we go.
With you, passing 900. Forward flight level 60.
VC-2141. Radar contact.
Man, what's going on down here?
Papa Tango to Yankee departure. Climb to flight level 60.
Fire Charlie, Papa.
So misty, man. It's so misty. No tail strike.
2141.
Hope not. So bloody misty. The weather is just diabolical. Right, let's lock the gear. Wheel lights off. Yeah, well, I mean, we're all good to go here. The ground's gone, basically. Oh, turn these to flight.
3380, with you passing flight level 4,000.
3380, identified. Descent to 4,000.
Descending to 4,000, orbit 3380.
We're cleared up to 6,000 only. So we're just getting the nod so we can go higher. 32%.
1143, with you passing flight level 904 for 4,000.
1143. Roger. Descent to 4,000.
Descending to 4,000. 1143.
I did click fly now, didn't I? Yeah. Coming up to 6,000. Pea soup, guys. It's pea soup. Are we going to be breaking through clouds? Right, 6,000. Are we allowed to go any higher, like? 6,000 all the way to Newbury by the looks of it. So we got to stay at 6,000 till we get to here. Bit of a rip, in it. I feel like I'm missing something here. Oh, anti-ice. Put some engine anti-ice on. It's winter in Britain. That's about it, really. It's the old waiting game now, isn't it? Standard instrument departure has altitude constraints. However, if your ATC tells you an altitude that overrides your departure constraints, you have to manually select the V speed. Yeah, 250. We're only going 230, so that's cool by me. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Why are we being tracked here? There we go. So here we are. We're coming here, and yeah, when we get to, I guess, the bottom end of UK, we can
climb to flight level 120.
That's us. 120.
120, Bravo, Charlie, Alpha 2141.
Right then, go to 120. Flight change. pump that out to 250. And then we'll just monitor it as we go higher. I mean, don't want to be overspeeding, to be fair. Now, I mean, if your ATC control tells you to climb to an altitude, you have to set that altitude, then manually select the vertical speed. I mean, yeah, I'm happy with the vertical speed that this plane is doing. It's like 1800, 1900, yeah. I'm happy with that. That'll keep my speed at 250, basically. That works. Otherwise, your autopilot will follow the FMC departure constraints. I see what you're saying, yeah, but I mean, I'm happy with the way it is doing it. Right, so, oh, here we go, we're breaking through the clouds now. Oh, hello. Hey up, there we go. Is that you, Ben, flying to San Francisco there? Is that you in the 747 above there, buddy? Oh, look at this, guys. Look at this. I hope you guys are seeing this as I'm seeing this. I better check. Let me see if you guys see this as I see it. I never did check this at the beginning, see if the colors are correct. Oh yeah, yeah. Guys, that is perfect. That is absolutely perfect. Let me check the saturation. We better turn the landing lights off.
We see A2141. Climb to flight level 230.
Bit of a delay, like.
Climbing to flight level 230.
Yeah, that's
Charlie,
perfect, guys. That's perfect. You're still on the ground at Heathrow. Dude, I beg to differ. I think I've seen you up here. I think you're actually up there. You'll explain what I mean when I jump in the flight deck.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. First, I'd like
Oh, look at that. Dudes,
We're
look at
currently
that.
cruising at an altitude of 11,000 feet and at the ground speed
There's
of
the moon.
approximately
There's the moon.
350 miles per hour.
Full moon
If
rising.
the motor cooperates, we should get a great view as we descend.
Welcome to the Adam Experience, guys.
Coming around shortly to offer you light snacks and beverages. Then sit down, relax and enjoy the rest of the flight.
Screenshots time. Everybody get screenshots. Right, we're travelling up, set our standard. I know it doesn't happen until 18,000, but it's doing that, I think. Flight level 230, I missed that one when he said that. I remember him saying 230. Fair enough. We'll raise that to 277. Hey, what do you say about that? I like it. I like it a lot. Your flaps. Oh, flaps! Cheers, Pete. I forgot the flaps. Dude, that's my rip. I know, I forgot the flaps, man. Alright, flaps are up now. Speed brake. I forgot about that. We can turn off the window wipers as well. It doesn't mind up here. Cheers, Pete, for reminding me. Man. What a rip that was, eh? Whoa, what's going on with the stream, man? Why does everything look weird?
Departure, orbit 3952 with you, passing flight level 200 for flight level 140.
3952, roger. Descend to flight level 140.
Descending to flight level 140, orbit 3952.
Your engines must have been screaming.
141. Contact Manchester 1118.77.
118.77, Bravo Charlie Alpha
I don't
2141.
know, it just seems like everything's overly sharp.
Bravo Charlie Alpha
I think
2141.
I have got a sharp
With you,
filter.
passing flight of 150, full flight of
Maybe I need to
230.
turn it off or something.
141, identified.
Yesterday you had another line fault. No way. Wait, what happened? Climbing up through the clouds. Very nicely. 230 still. I think there's a setting here for the sound. There we go. That's better. Your router at random times during the day kept disconnecting. Oh? The wind volume, is it? On the sound page. Go to page 2.
BCA2141. Maintain flight level 350.
Climb and maintain flight level
No, it's not that.
350, Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
It's not that one, mate. Yeah, it's not that one. Made no difference when I changed it. I mean, I'll put it to 25, but there's no decrease in volume there. In all honesty, I've added a sound pack, so the sounds are different. But it's not. I think it's actually Windows sound. It's the. There's atmospheric in here, I think, that's doing it. Like, if I just kill that, it's all gone. But then we lose certain things, so I do need to enable it and just maybe turn it down. Turn it down to 25. Maybe then turn up the sounds here. Set that to 100. And then set the wind to 25. Oh, actually it could also be AccuFeel. It could also be AccuFeel. Turn the sounds down in here. Wind volume right down. Drag up. I like these quite loud. Bit of brake. Side forces. Turbulence, turn that down a little bit. Save that. Everything's at 100. Useless. You had 2 faults fixed a week or so ago. What? Does sound like useless, that does. Altitude, see, I'm missing the call outs here because 35,000, I missed that. Thing is, if I kill the sound here, I don't actually hear like thunder and stuff like that. So that needs to still be on a 50, thinking about it. It's just, that's just way too loud. BT can't fix a piss up at a brewery. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do about that? I mean, that includes the environmental effects, doesn't it? Like thunder and stuff, which I want to hear. I do want to hear that stuff, you know? Here's a feature request. More control over the sound. mean, do you know what? I'll turn it off for now. Actually, I'll just put it back to 50, but I'll turn it off because it's just too painful to listen to. It says the sound of other vehicles, wind, and crashes. Well, nobody wants to hear a crash at the end of the day. That's better. I mean, the wind comes from the plane. I can hear the wind through the plane. Hey, we got some land down below there. Land ahoy. Right, we're almost at 35,000 feet. So come on, guys. Let's talk about P3D version 5, shall we? And what ways do you feel it could be improved upon? What ways do you feel like you would like it to change? And don't just say performance or VRAM performance, because that's a given. That's already there. That's, you know, you've already taken that home with you. So how would you like to see it perform? Like, how would you like to see, what features would you like to see, you know, added? It's the V5 features request time. All right, let's see if we got any questions. Right, well that's actually getting deleted because that's nothing to do with questions. That's telling me something. Right, let's have a look here. Right, so Alexis 2K would like the brightness, the lighting to be better implemented within P3D version 5. So there's or I mean, that's not a question, but okay, I'll take that as a feature request. You know. Volumetric lighting to be improved upon, and again, that's okay. Rob72 BA feature. I mean, okay. So the Discord is for questions. Okay, the chat is for your features. Don't forget. Okay. So Rob72A says a feature for the time zone and the real time in sim to be like accurate. So obviously, time in the sim is not as accurate as everybody would like, unless you have an add-on. So I have an add-on called Time Zone Fixer. So it's 12:49 in the sim, which it's 12:55 in real life. So even with an add-on, you can still lose a little bit of time, but it's not as extreme as it would be if I didn't have this add-on. It would probably say something like 1 o'clock in the sim, or 1:30 or something like that. So a feature that would be like to be implemented is time being kept accurately, which that's a good one, that is. To be honest, that's, you know. And to be honest, with the advent of True Sky, that could be something that could be even implemented even more, because True Sky has a time scale that can be applied to it. So therefore you get accurate, you know, sunrises, sunsets and stuff like that. But it's like, I don't think it's implemented correctly at the moment, and they've only just updated it. Like Simul have only just updated their actual build of True Sky in the back end to be able to go for the 24-hour scale. Like at the moment, the way Lockheed Martin has to set time in the sim for True Sky, it's either an on or an off value, and I don't know what they've set, but Simul have just released a patch for True Sky to say you can actually set up to 24-hour scale now, so you can actually track exact time with True Sky and the way the clouds move, the way the sun and the moon moves in real time, which I'm sure when Lockheed Martin implement that feature, we're going to get a lot more accurate weather, you know, in terms of it changing dynamically over time, you know, more better, more smoother, and none of this sort of really rough time, you know, change. Right, so feature requests time. We're going to talk about version 5 first. The feature requests purely for version 5. We're on 5.1 right now. They're working on 5.2, you know, in the new year most likely, or if they've not already worked on it now. And then there'll be 5.3, I'm sure, 5.4, 5.5, who knows. Not every single version of P3D has had like 5 versions attached to it. I don't think we need this anymore. Some versions of P3D have only had 4 versions, some have had 5. I think version 4 at the moment is on 4.5. If there'll be a 4.6, who knows? I doubt it. But how many versions P3D version 5 gets, again, I don't know. And if you're like, well, what are you talking about versions, mate? It's like every time there is a new P3D come out, so we're on version 5 right now, there are these set updates throughout the future, you know, release. So you'll have 5.0, 5.1, which usually there's something major they change, you know, in the sim. And then of course you get incremental updates in between these, which are more like patches or hot fixes, which basically whatever gets implemented, they find out, oh gosh, it's kind of broken, we'll go back and, you know, fix it in a hot fix. And that's kind of the way they work. So 5.1, what would you guys like to see for 5.2, 5.3? So I've gone out and I've asked the community, I've asked a lot of Twitch streamers, okay, what they would like to see implemented as a future feature, and quite a lot of people have got back to me. I've asked the forums. Unfortunately, in the P3D forums, I've had nothing but, you know, mouthy gobs when I've asked. Like literally, it's just there has not been one person who has put a feature request that they would like it. They've all done it in the feature request section, which I've also pulled from, but from the question that I asked, it's just been trolls. That's it. So one of the features here, camera replay optimizations, to make the replay feature a lot better than it actually is now. I feel the camera replay feature has actually come a long way from what it used to be. It used to be really ropey. And in fact, I think even Chase Plane have got a replay feature built within their app as well. But in the default replay system, it still is a little bit ropey. It works, you can totally use it, and there's less juddering, there's less problems with it than there used to be. But I think just like with anything, there's always room for improvement, isn't there? So a replay optimizations basically is something. I can't remember who put that. I didn't actually put anybody's names down when I compiled this list. I literally just wrote them all down. So that's one of them. So if you're watching this in the live video and you're in the chat, then put what your feature you would like to be in the brackets of feature, you know, with full capitals, into the chat, and then I can see it, and then we can talk about it. So we're coming up to 35,000 here. So we're gonna release the seatbelt signs, I think, and allow people to walk around. Let's start plying them with alcohol straight away, I think.
We always recommend to keep your seatbelt fastened while you're seated. You may now turn on your electronic devices such as calculators, diaries, and laptop computers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start serving alcoholic drinks. Please make sure your tray table is in the down position and clear any items from the aisle. Thank you.
So, yeah, we've got quite a way to go now. Everything looks like it's fine. Everything's good up here. We're in flight mode. Definitely. Right then. Right, so I'm just going to go through these features that people have requested, and then I'm going to open up the flight deck to the cabin crew. So I guess I better start my Discord. Otherwise, you ain't going to be getting in anything. Let me set it up on the screen. Right, so live questions. Where is it gone? Right. That's that done. Right, so the next thing, another feature request we've had is camera motion effects. So the default camera, I mean,
ECA2141, contact rest on 120.15.
120.15, Bravo Charlie Alpha 214.
Everybody knows that chase plane has some fantastic
Bravo,
motion
Alpha
effects that are kind of built in
with you at flight 350
to its thing.
Continue home navigation. Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
But actual like default camera effects aren't so much there. So yeah, that is something I think I'd personally like to see, that camera motion effects, default camera motion effects in place as well. I actually find that chase plane, as great as it is actually a real frame rate hogger. It literally halves the frames I know people who don't use it at all, and I would prefer to use as less add-ons as I possibly could. And the only reason that I actually use chase plane is for two reasons. Is for A, these motion effects, which I think are really a great immersion factor, but secondly, the ability to save a preset for each airplane and each livery of airplane. I think that's great for every type of airplane. Sorry, I think that's great. Is everybody screaming in the back? So I think if camera motion effects were in by default, you know, this little sort of this juddery motion here, this you know, like that, and when you're on the ground, the shake of the camera as well, like that would be brilliant. I think that would really enhance my default experience, and to be able to use the sim as almost as default as possible, really. I think is great. I think the more add-ons that we throw in, then the more problems we might have. And if we can have a sim that runs brilliant from default, then that would be great. Another feature request is night lighting. The night lighting, I mean, for me, the night lighting by default looks absolute pants. I think I agree with whoever wrote that one in. The night lighting definitely needs improving, like as a default level. But saying that, we do have some fantastic add-ons again that really enhance the night lighting. But if it was in by default, if that night lighting that is sold separately could be in by default, or has a way to, you know, look like that by default, then that would be great as well. Again, I think if Lockheed Martin can get their default sim to a state where you just don't need to put add-ons in, that would be a version that I'm on board with, you know. Even if it cost like 25 quid more, I'd definitely be on board with it, you know. I would pay like £100 for a perfect sim myself. Another user said a feature request is a full 64-bit sim. That one's a little bit more of a bite, I think. But a full 64-bit sim, as opposed to what we have now, which is really half and half. I don't know if Task Manager still reports P3D as being 64-bit, but, or sorry, 32-bit. But sometimes if you uninstall P3D, the uninstaller shows it as 32-bit. Like here, it says 32-bit for chase plane. You know, for it's if everything was running in 64-bit, it would be more compatible with your PC, with your Windows operating system, I feel. I've got a 64-bit PC here, and it'd be great if everything on it was 64-bit. But I know some things that's not possible. That's not able to happen. But it would be great if P3D was a 64-bit sim.
Contact London on 134.3. 134.3, Bravo Charlie.
I mean, what do you guys think about these things that I'm saying? It's like
London, Bravo Charlie Alpha.
Reeling these off here, but I'd love to hear your feedback, guys. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on the things I'm saying.
141, Roger. Continue own navigation.
Continue own navigation. Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
Another feature request is, well, I mean, this one I'm just going to, somebody said true sky optimizations, but that's a given as well. I mean, any optimization in terms of performance, like True Sky or the Sims performance, is kind of a given. It's something that they're always doing anyway, so to be honest, well, we'll just forget about them, because, like, that's a given, you know. Another one, which was one that I actually request to be put in, one of my features that I'd love to see put in is the ability to live stream satellite data on the fly. So, like, it is possible to use an exterior program and to sort of get it in, but you can't use your planes. You have to use Google's own flight simulator plane, which is a real ropey, you know, dodgy plane. It's definitely not a study level PMDG aircraft, but like using that plane, it is possible to live stream this like Google Earth into your sim on the fly, but it's really janky. It's not done well. But if there was a feature that allowed us to connect to you know, like Google Earth and stream the data, like pretty much what Microsoft do, isn't it? For P3D, that would be great. But I know the technology, it's possible, and if it was implemented like by default, that would be great.
Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141, contact Brest on 120.15. Bye bye.
120.15, Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141. Brest, Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141. Good day. With you at flight level 350.
Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141. Roger. Continue own navigation.
Continue own navigation.
We need to get this
Charlie
satisfaction
Alpha
up from these
2141.
passengers here. Hey Luke, how's it going, mate? I see you there. The night lighting, better night lighting indeed. Yeah, definitely. Right, let's start the movie, shall we? Give him a film to watch. Hopefully that'll please him a little bit better. 33%, man. We got to get this up. Got to get it up. They're already happy. They're watching Castaway the movie. But yeah, satellite data streaming on the fly. That's one me personally I would like to see implemented. You know, to be able to connect to a service of like Google, and then stream in that data to as the landscape. You know, and therefore you wouldn't need third-party mesh, you wouldn't need third-party sceneries, you would literally just, and everything, it would look like, you know, it does. Like I kind of do that now. I have satellite data. I don't know if it can be seen from up here, but yeah, can't see it. I download satellite data from the internet, from Bing's old servers basically, so it's the same data as Bing is getting. I compile that into the sim, turn it into BGL files, and then that's what I see down below. Now I have to manually do all this myself, and it takes an great amount of space to do this.
Contact rest on 124.72.
The plane coming in.
124.
Planes are coming in a lot more regularly to Birmingham Airport, I've noticed now. Thank God for that. The
Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141. Good day. With you at flight level 350.
The satellite data that I download is like
1 continue on own nav.
Continue own navigation. Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
It's like 200 gig for Spain alone, and it's like England is 45 gig just for England, you know. So you can imagine what Scotland or Wales or even Ireland will be when I eventually get round to, you know, doing it, which I do want to do, but it takes a lot of time to download and compile the landscape, you know, and then making sure, like, you have to mask out the water, you know, and to be honest, do the lakes as well, but I never really bother with that. It just takes a lot of time, and you need a lot of hard drive space. So, but it looks amazing when you do it, and if you do it at a high resolution, it really does look real when you're up like 10,000 feet plus. It looks real. Even when you get down to 5,000 feet, it still holds its quality. Even down to 700 feet, it still looks acceptable and good. It doesn't, obviously, it's not like 3D, it's flat, it's 2D, but you can add the default buildings and trees on top as well, as part of that, and then it have everything it needs, you know. But yeah, satellite data streaming on the fly, that's one from me, please, Lockheed Martin, as an option, you know, as an option. Another user, I'm trying to think who this was, I can't remember, but they said basically the reflections. So in the plane, you got reflections on planes, you got reflections on the water. I think there's reflections for terrain as well, I believe, or sim objects. But basically, the menu system here for reflections under world. You've got clouds, user vehicles, sim objects, buildings, vegetation, terrain. There to be more configurable options here. So clouds, it's either yay or nay, it's either on or off, but to have a slider associated to where you could actually set the amount of reflection, or to have more of these options, is something that's has been requested basically. Hey Emery, how's it going? I see you there, mate. So more reflection options, either more control or more options in general, which I think, yeah, more reflections would be good. A good one. Tire. I don't. Yeah, this one. So somebody said tire and volcanic effects. I'm guessing tire is on the planes, but I don't know how that. It does say tire. Oh, fire. Fire. Sorry, fire and volcanic effects. Basically, that's basically what somebody's requested. They do have fire and volcanic effects, but they're basically the ones from FSX. If they could really enhance them using current technology, and I know that Simmel actually provide fire effects within their True Sky application. They provide a lot of different effects, you know, not just the sky. But I'm so sure it would be easy to implement certain visual effects and enhancements for both fire and volcanoes. If you fly by a volcano, the cool thing I like about this as well, by the way, if you go back in time within the calendar of when a volcano was erupting, and you actually go to a volcano, fly by a volcano, and I think one of them's 1982, I'm not too sure, but and you have your effects turned up to a certain level, you will actually see a volcano erupting. It's pretty cool. I've got to track it down, but basically just look back in history to when a volcano erupted, and you can travel back in time to that. I mean, what would be cool as well is to travel back in time and do a flight in like do a flight back in like the dinosaur era, you know? I mean, obviously the world's not going to look like this because, you know, you have to have an add-on for it or something, but it would be cool just to have the time set, you know, in the world clock here, and have this calendar thing here just set to like, you know, 1908 or something. That would be pretty cool, you know? Why everybody's screaming back there for? What's going on? Feed them. Let's feed them. Give them some food. I wish I could send you money, but I can't. Oh, Emery, don't worry about sending me money, mate. I'm alright. I mean, yeah, but... I mean, yeah. You don't have to send me money, mate. Right, another one is an inbuilt autosave feature, basically, just like you do have in FSUI PC. For anybody who has the paid version of FSUI PC, there is an autosave function in here that you can check, and it'll autosave it and continually save it throughout your flight. And that way, if you get a crash, you just load up your autosave and you're right back in. And if that was a thing by default that the sim logged and you could literally load up by default, that would be cool. If it loaded your state as well and all your add-ons as well, back in exactly how you had it after a crash, that'd be cool. That would be a good one. Someone's put VRAM fixes, but that's going to get squashed because we've already stated. Another one is ground textures. Default ground textures. Now I know they had in the version 5 they had an overhaul of their ground textures, but they still look like they're from FSX. Like, they still look rubbish. And I think like Orbex Global Base is a fine replacement for default textures, but it's still very old in itself, and I think that it can be so much better. You know, even as a default sim, if it came with something like Global Base by default, but a better version of it. I think that would enhance it much better, you know. I think like if version 6 came with way better default textures as a base, there'd be less need to replace them in the sim. Luca, you got to crash the desktop. I was so happy to have FSUI PC. Turns out FSUI PC crashed the sim. Yeah, I have had that where FSUI PC has been ropey, and then if you remove it out of your add-ons thing, and it doesn't crash. Like FSUI PC is great, but it also causes crashes as much as it fixes, like, or as much as it brings you back into after a crash. So it's like, I mean, that's why one reason I would love is if the sim itself had an autosave feature. I don't use anything in FSUI PC except for what planes need to connect with it, or what other add-ons need to connect using it, and you can use the free version for it. Or the only other reason I use it for is for the autosave feature. So I really would not need to use it if the sim had its own autosave feature built in with it, you know. But yeah, definitely. So updated textures. So here's another one for me, guys. One that I would love for them to implement is changes made on the fly. Okay? So basically, we're en route now to Gran Canaria, right? We're going to Gran Canaria Airport. I've already loaded that into the sim. That's going to load when we get there. But what if there was like an update to that airport, and I was like, I want that update, but we're already flying there. I've got to wait till I shut my sim down, then I can implement my updates, and everything will be hunky-dory. But what if you could do that on the fly? What if you could actually change, swap out textures, you know, add in extra airports on the fly whilst you're using the sim, and that they then showed up automatically without having to have a system, like a sim restart, in order for it to show up. And in other words, there's certain options up here, like there's certain values in here that you can change, and they won't actually take effect until you restart the sim, you know. There's certain things, like if you swap out textures of either anything in the sim, it won't actually make an effect until you restart your sim. But what if you didn't have to restart your sim in order for that change to take effect? What if it actually loaded it if you installed it, or if you added it on the fly? That would be pretty cool, I think. That would be a good feature, you know, because sometimes I forget, like I replace all the AI aircraft and their textures. So if we let's have a look at if we got any AI in here. I don't think we got any AI in the sim, by the looks of it. There's no AI traffic, which is weird. But if we did have, I mean, I've swapped out the textures of my. Have I even optioned it? I thought, did I turn off the options? No, I haven't. So we should have AI in the sim. I don't know why we haven't, to be honest. That's a little bit weird. But anyway, I've swapped out the textures of the default AI traffic. So in fact, I'll show you the textures. I've taken the default commercial airliner texture, all of them really, because I think you get like 5 different textures for it. So if we go to commercial airliner, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 textures basically, and what I've done is I've swapped them out. So one of them here is you can see this, a Thomas Cook plane. Another one is a Aer Lingus plane. Another one is a British Airways plane, and the other one is the American Airlines plane. So, and I've made sure that I've swapped these out with the relevant ones. So, like this one will show in America if we go to America. The Aer Lingus British Airways will show in Europe when we are in Europe. And for me, that's like a way to get AI traffic in the sim, and not have to add an add-on. So when I'm not in VATSIM, I still get AI traffic taking off and landing. Now I enhance it even further with another add-on called AIFB, which is basically another AI thing, but you have to plan everything. You have to set the schedules yourself, and it's really tricky, but it does work, and it's really cool when it does work. But it's just, you've got to spend a day setting it up first, and that's for like one airport. Then you've got to do it for the next airport. So the easiest way is just to retexture all these planes, but sometimes I'm like, after I do a repair, I actually forget to reinstall these textures. I'm like, oh man, I forgot. And I see, you know, orbit travel, or what is it called? You know, Pacific Airways or whatever. I see them flying around, and I'm like, I forgot to redo my textures. And it would be so cool if I could just do that on the fly, and I could go, oh, I forgot my textures. Like, hang on, let me pop them in. Right, fixed. They're in now, and then they'll show. Even if you have to just click the refresh scenery button in order to do that, that would be cool. Unfortunately, you have to sim restart if you want to update any textures. Another one, another P3D request. This one actually came last night from Brad, who's a streamer, saying the parking spot feature can be enhanced. So when you're in the planner, when you're in the flight planner, choosing your spot here, you choose your airport that you're at. Having a better visual map here that you can easily zoom in and out of, see exactly where you are, but it just be a bit more functional rather than this really blocky FSX style map, basically. That also shows you the bump map data from the sim as well, which, I mean, I never take advantage of that, so it's kind of pointless including that. But the visual reference for where you park your, you know, so you can actually see the gate. He even remarked about it being like it is an X-plane. If you could see it like it is there, almost like in the new Microsoft one, where you get the globe and you can zoom down into the airport, specifically see the gate that you're going to and all that. Now you can with this sim do that, but it just looks really dated, that's all. And if that was enhanced, if that had a update applied to it, so it was better to look at and more functional to use, then, I mean, I dare say, how many people actually use the inbuilt flight planner and include ATC? Like, I've not included ATC or used that flight planner at all in version 5. I do know that the ATC program is really good, and to be honest, it is as good as Pro ATC, but the only difference is, and the only reason why I actually use Pro ATC is because it doesn't sound like a robot. The inbuilt sim one just sounds like a robot, and even though it is quite realistic, it does, you know, you use the inbuilt ATC and it is really good, I think. But the map that you utilize the flight planning with, that isn't, and that could do with an update. Also, another one, and this one's for me as well, is a greater range of default aircraft. You know, we know it's from Lockheed Martin, and that's their focus, which is military. And so that's why you have loads of military aircrafts included, and you do get a couple from, like, you get the Connie included. You get a couple of like Beechcraft ones, but to be honest, that's like it. Now in Microsoft previous versions, you used to have like 737s, and you used to have like really, you know, 747, 757. Commercial airliners, you used to have a lot of them, and even as the AI in this, you get Airbus commercial airliners, but as a default plane, you don't actually get any commercial airliner except for, well, the Connie, you know, and that's it. And I think I would like to see a greater range of default aircraft. Now, like, who uses the default aircraft? Like, I've never flown the default aircraft except for the Raptor. That's the only default aircraft I've ever really flown. But to be able to have that, because not everybody does buy third-party planes. Some people just use the default planes. I think it would be better to it would be better if we had a greater range. That's all. Not like they have to be PMDG as a default plane, but that there's just a big wider range of types of aircraft. You know, something from the older days maybe. Like yes, they have the Connie, but go back even further. You know, let's have the first plane, the Wright brothers plane. You know, let's have a decent version of that. You know, I mean, you can still use the FSX version of the Wright Flyer if you want. I've got that in the sim, but it's a bit ropey. It's not good, you know. But I would like to see a greater range myself. So anyway, that's all the feature requests that I've had sent in to me, to be honest. Everything that I've just reeled off. No more questions in the chat, so I guess I'm going to open up the flight deck now. So I don't know why the passengers keep screaming. Like they're being little bitches really badly. I don't know why. Tested. Okay. So yeah, so the flight deck is now open for the cabin crew. If they wish to join, they can. Just hop right into the flight deck, really. Let me unlock the door. There we go. It's now unlocked. So any cabin crew members, feel free to come into the flight deck. If you are a cabin crew member, all you got to do is head into the channel that I'm sat in right now, and let me know in the chat that you're coming in as well, so that way I know to listen out for you. And I'll turn the sound down so I can actually hear. And they're eating, they're watching a meal, they're 46% satisfied. Guys, we've got to bribe these customers. We really do. Gonna have to bribe these customers. Alright, I think we better set up the see, it's 1:30 now, so in 30 minutes, guys, we're going to talk about version 6 and possible, you know, what Lockheed Martin are going to be doing for version 6. Little disclaimer here, guys. Like, I've been told by members of Lockheed Martin's team that they get together in the new year and that they're going to be using this live stream as helpful guidance in what the community wants. So if there's things you want to say to Lockheed Martin, please say it in the chat, because they either are watching now or they will be watching, you know, for their get together in the new year. So if there's anything you want feature wise included, put it in the chat, you know. Let's start our route up, shall we? We need to set up our approach. So ATC has got our approach. Why is it so loud in my headphones? Turn that down. Really loud in my ears. Okay. ATC has got us going on to runway 3 left using the VDMO approach and the SAMA 5C star. So runway 3 left from SAMA 5C, 3 left. There, that is. But it's the VDM approach. Not this one here, isn't it? we'll say we'll use the ILS myself. So SAMA 5. Yeah. So we're just passing Spain here. No, France. We're just passing France on the left. And then we're going to have Spain. And then we're going to come down here and land. Project Fly has our flight time at 2 hours and 53 minutes. I probably will stream the landing. So... but yeah. Basically coming out and going in. Summer 5C. Approach. That's not exactly how Pro ATC have us going either. We look at Pro ATC. They've got us doing that weird turnaround thing here. Which means it must be this one. Yeah, that's better. There we go. Right, and we'll get the airport charts up for the approach. Samar 5C approach. And let's set it up in the FMC now. So we go to arrivals. We're going to Sama 5C. Where is it? There is no Sama 5C, so that's not good. Okay, well we'll set the runway first then. Runway approach is this one. I think the VDM 03 left. Let's see if there's a Sama 5C now. No. Why is there no Sama 5C? Sama 5C. I mean, yeah, this is out of date. I just realised this isn't up to date, so rip on me. I guess we go with Sama 4C then. And change it in here as well. So, is there a 4C? No, there isn't. I'm guessing 4C and 5C are the same. I'm guessing that this is the old 5C. So, that's fine. No transition. See how that plays out. I don't know why people are screaming so much. I just hear screaming from the back. Give them alcohol, man. Ply them with alcohol. Why are they screaming? Severe turbulence. That's True Sky, that is. Burning me. There's no severe turbulence. Expected in 5 hours. What? What are they sniffing? Crew are very busy, yeah. Crew need to work their titties off to keep them customers happy. Customers or customers? Don't know which one it is. Right, that's the arrival setup. We're all good to go. On that, let's just check the plan. Yep. It looks kind of ropey, but we'll have to change it on the fly, I think. So yeah, basically. Rip Microsoft, innit? People having trouble trying to get the sim back. Hey, Monkey Wings, how's it going, mate? Night lighting, better AI behavior. What's this for? Is this your feature, mate? Is this your feature request? Yeah, we're going to talk about version 6 in about 10 minutes. Better AI behavior, better default airports, night lighting. Is that so? Monkey Wings, mate. Just have a look it down in the description below. If that's a feature for version 5 you're talking about, or if that's for version 6. I know you said for version 6, but then just have a look down in the description box below for what you need to do. We gotta try and drunk these passengers out, I think, in order to keep them happy. They're just constantly crying. Evidently, it's severe turbulence, but it ain't. So they're burning me at the moment. We've got at least an hour and a half, I reckon. 2 hours, 2 hours and 40 minutes to go until we land this puppy. We're going to the Gran Canaria Islands. So right, guys, so version 6. I think we've got a good idea here of what version 6, what we want from it, literally from some of the features that I've mentioned here. But what is it that you would like to see in version 6, guys? So Monkey Wings has said he wants a night lighting system that's better. He wants the AI to behave better. I mean, is there a specific way, Monkey Wings, that you prefer these AI traffic to behave better? Because to be honest, I think they do a decent job currently. But you do want better default airports. So, like I know in version 5 they have increased the level of the airports, but you're saying like you want them even better than version 5. For me, I think they should rewrite P3D completely from the ground up into a 64-bit version of the sim. Like, just scrap whatever build they're working on, like right now. I feel that they should just start all over again with a sim that they can bring out as a full 64-bit sim. You know, none of this sort of half and half job. You know, it's P3D at the moment, and it's always been this way, is a 32-bit sim wrapped in a 64-bit shell. So it's got major disadvantages, and it's trapped by the technology because it can't take advantage of certain features of hardware, and it's always going to need legacy this and that in order to work. Like DirectX, you still have to have, like, your runtime library has to have legacy items in it in order for things to work correctly, just because of how old this sim is. This sim is basically from the days, it's a reworked FSX sim, which means FSX was developed back in 2005, you know? So we're talking 15-year-old sim that we're using here, and it's time for a rewrite, I feel. I think it's time for a complete overhaul for version 6. That it should be a complete rewrite and a 64-bit true sim. Lucas says, I'd like it to better blend in with the scenery. If you're at 10,000 feet, you can see a massive green patch on the ground surrounding the airport, which looks horrible. In all honesty, Luca, that's the add-ons, the developer and the add-ons. So, like, I don't, like, even with, if you take out all your add-ons, yeah, so everything you've put in, global base, and get your sim back to its default state, and then go for a flight, you'll find it looking very different. Something we were talking about before early on, basically the way developers are adding their add-ons to P3D version 5, they're not updating them. They're not updating them, and these add-ons don't know about True Sky and don't integrate with it, you know. And I'm not saying all of them, like some of them probably have gone back to their add-ons and changed little bits here and there, but majority of the big names haven't. They've just left it. And so we get things poking through scenery, we get buildings that stand out, we get trees that don't blend well with the scene, with the atmosphere, and that's purely down to the developers, you know. I mean, what we've got to think, chaps, here is we've got our current sim, and we use a handful of add-ons from the past, yeah. And what actually needs to happen, what's going on here? What actually needs to happen is we need to drop that line of thinking. Like, I myself, this is the, by the way, this is the PMDG NGX, okay? This isn't the NGXU. I never bought that plane. I've stuck with the NGX, which isn't even compatible with version 5, you know? So, of course, it's going to look a little bit ropey or perform ropey. And there's plenty of airports and add-ons that I use from P3D version 4, from FSX, because I haven't updated them, or I have to pay to update them, or I just haven't chosen to do that. And so a lot of my add-ons aren't V5 compatible. In fact, a lot of your add-ons aren't going to be V5 compatible either. And it's like, in order for a complete rewrite of the sim, you've got to wave goodbye to all those add-ons. You've got to say, we have to start again with the add-ons as well. So Orbex need to remake Orbex Global Base. They need to remake the land class completely in line with this new sim. Do you know what I mean? So the cost involved, I think, is going to be tremendous, and you're gonna end up buying a lot of add-ons again. Like, so yeah, we can say we can rewrite, but the reality of it, are the simmers prepared to do this, you know? agree with the full rewrite. How would that impact current add-ons? I mean, yeah, exactly. You know, you wouldn't be able to use your current add-ons in the sim. You'd have to get all brand new ones. So, but then again, if you had a sim that just did not require these add-ons, why we wouldn't need them? Like, we wouldn't need to buy airports if default looked the way it looked, you know? Basically, what I would like to see is Lockheed Martin partnering with the developers and saying, give us your airports, we'll put them in by default. We'll work them into the original default code of the sim, you know, and that way people don't need to buy these airports from you guys or whatever, but we'll pay a certain percentage of the sales of this sim to you for allowing us to license your airports into our sim by default. So therefore, you buy a sim that has all the airports included already by default. Like, that is 64-bit native. That has planes in by default as well. Like, how cool would that be? I mean, it's basically, that's what I think Microsoft were trying to do. But that you still have add-ons for that product. But what if you didn't have to have add-ons?
BCA2141, contact the grid on 132.97.
132.97, Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
What if you had a sim?
Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141. Good day. With you at flight level 350.
What if you had a sim that was default, brilliant, you know, but it would cost you like £100 or £150, you know, like $200 instead of 50 or 65? How would you feel about that? You know, what if we had to pay 150, 200, but everything was included? I'd be happy with that. You know, not having to worry about this. At the moment, we've got to do this add-on dance we have. Do you know what I mean? It's like, got the sim, right? Now I've got to add my airports. I've got to add my land class. I've got to add my vector information. I've basically got to rewrite the sim, you know, with all these add-ons I'm throwing in to enhance it. You know, and it's like, sometimes an add-on will break another add-on, you know, or you'll put an add-on in that will crash the sim. And it's like, if we didn't have to do this add-on dance, then that would be a sim I'd be behind fully. I totally would back a sim that did not need to have enhancements added to it. But then again, I suppose you got to ask the question is, maybe it's these add-ons that have kept the sims alive through the communities, you know? I don't know. But a version 6 that I'd like to see is a true 64-bit, doesn't require add-ons, and could utilize satellite data, like real-world information. That's what I'd like to see. What about you guys? What would you guys like to see? Just more detail with those requests that you put in for night lighting, better AM, better default airports. Like more detail. More detailed airports, more detailed night lighting, more detailed AI behavior. Okay. Anything else in version 6 people you guys would like to see? Let's get the alcohol going again. Got to really drunken these passengers up, I feel. Pardon me, guys. The ex-wife's ringing me. Hello? Okay. You want me to send them to you? Okay, alright, thank you. Alright, bye. Sorry guys, one moment here. Right. Sorry. Money getting transferred. Right. Oh, hello. Look at this. What we got here? Spain. Spanish mountains. Gorgeous. And a boat down there by the looks of it. Nice little boat. I'll tell you, the one benefit to the fact that the airports and, you know, stick out and stand out from the scenery, you get to see where they are from miles away. You know exactly where your airport is. Helps with the landing, I find. Don't you guys think so? Hey? God, these people are still screaming. Oh, hello. PC inbound. Nice one. Look at that. It's coming home. It's coming home. The PC's coming home. Oh, I can't wait, mate, for that. Airport runway going into the ocean there. What's happened down there? Bit of a rip in it. Hey, someone's built the airport. Put the runway in the ocean. And these roads go off into the ocean as well. Here we go, P3D. Here's another one. Better land class than it. I mean, this is just default Spain. This is. I haven't put my Spain down here. My Spain don't look like this. This is just global base default. Maybe I should put my Spain in. Do you know what? I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I've still got to record a video for Quality Wings. I'm going to do this flight in a video with the 787 from Birmingham to Gran Canaria, and I'm going to put my satellite data for Spain in. So clock this now. Have a look at this, because it's going to look very different. You know. Oh, hello. What's that?
It's me. Hello.
Oh, hello. Someone's coming in the flight deck.
It's me.
You alright?
Are you?
Alright, yeah. You're not smoking in the flight deck, are you? That sounds like you're sparking a fag, mate.
Yeah, I was using my blowtorch again.
You got a blowtorch on board this plane? What the hell? Dude, what are you doing? How's it going?
Yeah, I finally managed to get my departure out to San Francisco.
Yeah?
Took me an hour and 15 minutes to get going.
My gosh.
Yeah, Heathrow's absolutely mental this morning on vaccine.
Is it?
This afternoon, yeah.
Yeah. Might do the return on VATSIM tonight.
What day is it? Monday, isn't it? So...
See if that makes any difference to, you know, traffic, what we see.
There must have been a good probably 50 aircraft on the ground at Heathrow.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was London Heathrow control was on, but London control just went offline as I took to the sky. So.
It's not an event on, is there? Just a normal Monday.
Monday before Christmas, a lot of people off work, aren't they? So.
Oh yeah.
Guys get busier over Christmas. But yeah, so I've got about 10.5 hours.
Bloody hell. So yeah, you're cool. Maybe we should just order a pizza. Innit?
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
And sit in for the 10 hours, you know. I've still got to do the return leg for this plane, so I might do that afterwards, you know.
What's that, 4 hours there, 4.5 back?
Yeah, I'll be landing about the same time as you probably, with the turnaround and everything.
Stream going alright?
Yeah,
I just dropped out while I did my departure.
Yeah, it's alright. See, Don's saying, what about P3D version 6? I hope Lockheed Martin's going to put the immersion and graphics in like like Microsoft. Hey Ben, what would you like to see in version 6?
Version 6?
Yeah.
God, blimey. The thing is, there's not a lot really that they can add in at the moment. But it's more a case of working on what they've already got.
Hey, what? That's no. That's for version 5, that is. Working on what we've already got and refining it. But for version 6, I want them to take all the add-ons that we use and put them in by default. Like, yeah. I want all the airports that are lovely and beautiful that we use from these developers, and I want them looking like that by default, you know?
The problem with that is you put developers out of business then.
Yeah, exactly. So what I want, I mean, at the end of the day, developers have moved on to Microsoft. You know what I mean? They support P3D, but they've kind of like, that's it. They're on the Microsoft money train. So what I'd like Lockheed Martin to do is partner with all these developers and say, listen, guys,
we'll redevelop your
give us
sceneries
give us your stuff. We'll put them in by default. You'll get a cut of the money. You won't have to make another airport for P3D version 6 again, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And like, they're on the Microsoft money train, so they'll probably go, yeah, thanks for doing us a favor, mate. You know?
Yeah, like, so the immersion stuff you can buy for like PMDG and stuff, the extra from Parallel 42, I think it is.
That's it, yeah.
I'd like to see that kind of stuff in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the wing effects and the condensation and stuff like that would be quite good.
Exactly. Yes, Don. New textures. Like, look at this. This is global. This is global base down here right now, and I think that looks shit. To be fair, like,
what is that? Orbex
this is
global base.
Orbex global base, and it's like, I mean, maybe that's the. I mean, let's just have a look at what my settings are, because maybe it could look better with the sliders. But my texture resolution is at max. My mesh resolution is at max, and my level of detail is at max. So really, they can't look any better. Hang on. Well, actually, okay. I'm displaying at 2048, so I could actually double that into 4K, but like, you guys wouldn't see it in the stream, to be fair, because it's been downscaled to 720p anyway. So.
Do a Microsoft Flight Simulator or real world satellite data live.
Exactly, yeah.
But use Google rather than Bing.
Well, I'm gonna do this on the return. So what we've just seen, I'll see on the return, but I'm gonna use my satellite data so I can compare. I think Orbex know we're talking about them because clouds have just rolled in and covered up the scenery. Just suddenly magically. But yeah, definitely new texture replacements for the base default. You know, better default airports, better default planes, and a true 64-bit sim.
Yeah, the 64-bit is a no-brainer.
Yeah. Even chase plane is 32-bit.
Redevelop the core. Integrate chase plane as a core feature.
Yeah, integrate, yeah.
Rather than an add-on.
Yep. And this way, the add-ons will blend better with True Sky if they're in by default, rather than having after the fact.
Yeah, because we still get them black objects, don't we?
Exactly, yeah.
Which we will have for the foreseeable, because the developers aren't going to redevelop for P3D.
Yep.
Black Marble, would like to see that integrated as standard.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's taking money off the developers, but I feel like
but if they get a percentage of royalties,
exactly. Obviously it's going to cost more. The sim's going to cost more. Like, I would happily play up to £200 for a sim that has it all.
Well, you look at Microsoft Flight Simulator, I mean, that's for the premium deluxe editions, near to the £100 mark.
Yeah, 100. Yeah.
But for a sim that's fully, like, study level, which P3D is with the right add-ons and the right aircraft, then yeah, I'd pay double that.
Yeah.
Because it's the immersion feel of it. It's the fact that a lot of us, like me and yourself and others that we speak to, like the study level side of things because it's more realistic.
Yeah.
Whereas Microsoft Flight Simulator, obviously, at the moment, is way off.
Pure visuals, isn't it?
It's visuals, it's the atmospherics and everything behind, like the engine that draws everybody to Microsoft Flight Simulator. But the study level side of things, yeah, they're nowhere near.
Yep. Totally agree.
So, V6 is, yeah, integrating existing add-ons as standard. Or as many as possible, anyway. Without breaking it.
Yeah, without breaking it. Definitely. Less crashes then as well. More stable, wouldn't it?
Yeah, stability. But I suppose stability is is more of a V5 issue at the moment. Obviously, naturally, it will be V6 as well. But V5 at the moment, they need to look at where all these crashes that everybody's reporting are coming from, because it's not the same crash for everybody. It's a different crash for different people all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the crashes are because we're using add-ons that aren't compatible. That's what I think half these crashes are. you know, these DXGI errors that people report they're getting, even after they've applied recommendations that I've stated about, you know, being able to reduce them, they still get them. And I think it's purely because the add-ons being used are not 100% compatible with V5. If you remove all those add-ons, I bet you don't get any of these errors, but then you've got no bloody add-ons.
Another one that's sort of V6 but sort of ongoing as well is a roadmap, public roadmap.
Yeah. Yeah.
More community involvement. I know they build P3D mainly for their own use and their own like simulators and stuff for the military, but there is a big user base that is public.
Yeah.
And you can see that if you look at the likes of Project Fly map or you look at the VATSIM map, you see how many people are online at the moment that aren't flying military. They're just general public users. They need to have some involvement with them and listen. Obviously, this is part of this video, but they need to have, outside of everything, a roadmap so that we know where they're going and ask the questions.
Yeah.
It would be nice if we could get on one of your videos a representative from Lockheed Martin to do a Q&A session.
Yeah.
Because that would answer a lot of questions.
I mean, this is the thing, right, with Lockheed Martin, is that it is the USA military, isn't it?
Yeah,
secrets of their business. You know,
that's what they build the Sim for now. That's why they bought the rights.
Exactly, yeah. So it's like they don't share their work until they release their work, you know, and that's because it's the military. So, like, I totally understand that they don't, you know, display their roadmap publicly. They don't share, you know, and I've never ever seen a developer interview situation, even with FS Elite. You know, it's private discussions. It's behind closed doors. It's, you know, you publicly say this or publicly say that. And I get that, you know, because secrets is their game. But it would be so cool if we had that access, if we had that roadmap.
It doesn't have to be completely radio silent, but there's certain things they could tell us.
Yes.
They don't have to tell us everything. They don't have to tell us 100% detailed information of exactly what's going on, but an idea of what new features are expected, what their view is for the next version release, that doesn't incur on their military side of things, or for us public users.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at Project Fly at the moment, and I know that's only one of very many flight tracking systems, but there's 1,000, 2,000, 2,500 people online at the moment.
Yeah.
All right, a lot of them might not be on prepared V5, they might be on V4, and they might even be on X-Play. But that's still 2,500 sim users.
Yeah.
And I reckon a good portion of that is prepared. So, you know, that just shows that's just, you know, 2:15 on a Monday afternoon.
Yeah.
So, and they must know that there's a lot of public users. So, I mean, you know, PMDG wouldn't develop aircraft like they have for the 7.3 that you're in, the 7.4 that I'm currently in, if there wasn't a public user base, because the military don't use them aircraft.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely something I'd like to see. Just some sort of generic public roadmap. And yeah, stability, 100% stability. But also better use of computer resources. Because a lot of people that have older PCs or older components aren't necessarily able to run V5.
Yeah.
Or V5 with the latest features like Tues got.
Yeah.
If it was better optimised for older components, or lesser components, then yeah, that would be better.
Yeah,
which would probably come in turn with the 64-bit side of things.
Yeah, DirectX 12 sadly it sort of makes it a bit impossible for some users to use the sim just because their hardware doesn't support it.
Yeah,
but that's
if you've got a 3-year-old PC, then yeah, you could probably run V5.
Yeah, anything older in your
if you've got a 3-year-old PC with the latest components at the time or the best components at the time you purchased it, you could run V5 with True Sky. But anything less, you'll struggle to run V5 with True Sky or V5 full stop. Which is why a lot of people I've seen on the forums on Facebook have stuck with 4.5, because that's the latest version they can stably run on their PC.
Yeah.
And I mean, we've both got 1080 Ti's, and we struggle occasionally with VRAM issues.
Yeah. Even I get VRAM issues, so you know.
And 2-3 years ago, the 1080 Ti was the best card you could buy for a reasonable amount of money.
You're right, Fab.
So, yeah, 64-bit compatibility, like 100%, which, I don't know, for Lockheed Martin might mean a redevelop of the entire core.
I would hope so, yeah. I think V6 needs it.
Future-proofing and future development, I think that's something they're going to have to do sooner rather than later.
Yeah. I mean, I totally understand. There'd be no point in developing a platform that no developer would get on board with using. You know, I totally understand. Like, they'd be like, yeah, we don't want to do this because no developers are going to help out to support the community in making add-ons for it.
I think the thing is, I think at the moment, and especially for at least the next probably 18 months, 2 years at least, a lot of developers are going to find people purchase their products for MSFS.
Yeah.
Fine. But then they're going to find actually a lot of them will revert back to prepared, because Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 is not there yet.
No, it isn't.
For what people want it to be.
You're absolutely right there. People have come back to P3D.
A lot of the developers are going to find their customers actually have reverted back to what they know, what they've always known, which is at the core, the FSX engine.
I mean, at the end of the day, anybody who's heavily invested, like you just said, in FSX or even P3D, I don't think is ready to say goodbye to this sim yet, because they've put so much money into it and they still enjoy using it, and it's still a valid sim that works. You know,
if there was a way of importing FSX or P3D add-ons into Microsoft Flight Simulator, it could be a completely different ballgame. But there isn't. There never probably will be. Everybody's got to redevelop, so everybody's going to stick with what they know and what works.
Yeah.
Which is what we're using.
Yeah.
Which is what probably, I reckon, 75% of flight sim community on a whole probably uses prepared.
Well, when you say 75% of the flight sim community, which one do you mean? Because the flight sim community now is comprised up of gamers as well. Like, if you include all the sim platforms, X-Plane, Microsoft, P3D, and all the other, like DCS World, like the main users, I think, of Microsoft are new simmers, gamers who have just found that platform because it's just come out, and they perhaps played games before and never did flight simulation. So our community now has got a large membership of, you know, new simmers, as it were. Yeah. So are you specifically referring to the core simmers who already were in flight simulation before Microsoft, or everybody?
I mean those who exclude Microsoft Flight Simulator's new members, so the gamers.
Right.
It's everybody who has used Flight Simulator or uses Flight Simulator for simulation.
Yeah.
I reckon 75% of the users who use it purely for the simulating of a real aircraft and a real space flying, is probably 75% of it is prepared, using the prepared platform.
Yeah.
Easy. X-Plane is good. I've used it in the past. I haven't used it recently. I don't know what it's like now, but from what I've seen, X-Plane is from Fab streams. X-Plane is a good sim. It looks good.
Yeah.
I've always stuck to what I know and always gone back to prepared.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I've put so much.
I've spent so much money on prepared.
Exactly. Yeah.
On external products for prepared.
Yeah.
That I can't justify a jump to any other sim now.
Yeah.
Because I've invested in it.
And it works, so there is no need to flip suddenly.
there are less teething issues now than there were. There are new issues that we understand because there's been new product or new systems implemented into the sim, like True Sky. We had issues in V5. A lot of them have now gone. But obviously, with every new release, with every new piece of software that's added in, there is going to be teething issues. Nothing's ever 100% perfect.
No. Just to address what Dom's asking, is Lockheed Martin going to be a part of this stream? No, as far as I'm aware, there isn't anybody from Lockheed Martin in the chat of this stream. If they are, they haven't made themselves known yet. But I do know for a fact that Lockheed Martin will be watching this stream. I've been told by members of Lockheed Martin that they're getting together in the new year to create their roadmap for the next year, and that they'll be utilizing this stream as a helpful guide. So anything you do say, or anything that I say, because I don't know if the chat will come up in the replay of the video, but if I say it, it will be heard by them. So if you've got any direct questions that you want to ask Lockheed Martin, if you go into my Discord and put it in the live questions channel, I will read from that channel, and I will directly ask that question. Obviously, we're not going to get an answer back during the stream, unless somebody does come in from Lockheed Martin suddenly. But at least they're aware of it, and at least they can then address it internally. And if there's anything you feel you would like to see in future versions of Prepared, if you look in the description down below, it tells you exactly how you can put your feature request in within the chat as well.
That's another thing. If they directly answer your question, or the questions that everybody in the community or everybody asks now, if they directly answer them after Christmas and in the new year, I think it would be good to do another video,
like a follow-up,
with the answers to those questions.
Yeah. If I get feedback, yeah.
They might not. They might keep it to themselves and just do it behind the scenes. But if you do get a response from them, I definitely think a follow-up video would be beneficial.
Yeah, if I get feedback, I'll definitely do a follow-up video with answers to questions that were posed. So,
Have you gone through the ones you picked from the forums yet, or not?
Yes, I've gone through. I've already so on the Lockheed Martin forums, they've got the feature request section, and I've gone through those ones there and written them all down, as well as the ones that I've asked community streamers for as well. Not every community streamer has actually got back to me, a bit weird, but from the ones that did, I've also written down. But a lot of people are saying the same things. And one thing that I've already stated, like, forget performance and VRAM optimizations or anything optimizations to do with True Sky, because that's a given. That's something that's gonna happen anyway. So think of proper features, and a lot of people are saying the same things, which is the list that I've read out already. You'd not be mad at losing add-ons older than 18 months. Exactly, Monkey Wings. Same with me. I would not be mad if I had to go and purchase a sim that's going to cost more but have everything included, and I not be able to use any of my sims from before, because that way that sim is not going to be hampered or held back by the add-ons. Like version 5, I feel right now is being held back by its add-ons, by the developers not upgrading them to current standards. We're kind of holding our sims back to its full potential.
That's been hindered by the release of the aforementioned simulator from Microsoft.
Yeah.
I blame Microsoft. The only problem I've got going down the Microsoft route is we've had a previous experience where they've all of a sudden just closed up shop and bug it off.
Yeah.
Whereas we've had solid updates for the last 4, 5, 6 years from Lockheed Martin that we've had no inclination that they're going to stop developing. And as far as I'm concerned, it looks like Lockheed Martin are going to continue to develop this sim regardless of Microsoft Flight Simulator. So,
Lisbon Center,
what's to
orbit
say
3685, good day.
of Microsoft going,
With
well,
you
we're going
at
to shut the
flight level
studio
300.
Prepared will probably still be around if that was to happen.
Totally, absolutely.
Because because Microsoft Flight Simulator is built for the public, whereas Lockheed Martin developed their sim mainly and primarily for the military market, which is something that is always going to be invested in.
Exactly, it's a more secure future, which is why there's so many military planes and prepared, as opposed to commercial planes. You know.
Yeah.
Thomas says the flight dynamic modeling could do with being better as well.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with
totally agree with that. I mean, I know it has been improved in version 5 from version 4, but there's still, I mean, that's, again, the issue is with that, is that it's up to the plane as well to allow for this. So add-ons have to allow for better flight. There's only so much Lockheed Martin can do to put in place flight dynamics, but then the add-ons have to take advantage of that. And so if they don't, if manufacturers, like developers like PMDG, don't implement those changes, which I know they do, but if others don't, then we don't see the benefit of these things, you know?
The flight dynamics is part of the atmospherics as well, because it's the way the simulated air in the sim works.
Yeah.
Is how the aircraft handles.
Exactly, which is why my passengers keep screaming, because True Sky.
Yeah.
It's killing them. Scenery, coastal blending. So that's more to do with like the land class textures and the way they look down in the on the sim, isn't it, Thomas?
I think it needs to be live, like Microsoft. So Microsoft Flight Simulator have done a very good job with implementing their live streaming of satellite data.
Yeah.
One thing I will praise them to high heaven for, because it's fantastic.
Yeah.
If Lockheed Martin could implement a similar thing,
yes, but
then
I agree with you. But as an extra add-on, like Microsoft do it to where it's part of the core of the sim, but you can switch it off, and then you have to go with whatever's on your hard drive, right? But if Lockheed Martin go down this route, it has to be an alternate, not just the way it's done. Like, I would still want this legacy way of me being able to import scenery with add-ons, you know, as well, because for me that future-proofs this thing, really. Like, if there's an internet shortage in my area, I'm not my flight simulator isn't hampered. I can still utilize it with P3D. Whereas if I had Microsoft, it would severely hamper my sim use. I wouldn't be able to use half of my sim now. It wouldn't look the same because my internet's out. So if they do implement live streaming, I'd only ever want it to be as another option, and still have this legacy way of doing it in as well, you know, because I feel that there's a bit of protection then against, you know, the internet.
Yeah, because I think Microsoft have done a good job of it, but they've done it the wrong way around.
Yeah, exactly. They've made it the main thing, and I think it needs to not be that.
Because I've got a very good PC, but I've not got the best of internet because I'm not on fibre.
Yeah.
So when I loaded up Microsoft Flight Simulator during the beta, my PC could run the sim, but the look of it wasn't as good as it could be because I've only got a relatively okay internet connection.
Yeah.
And, when it was first released, I was like, "Oh yes, this looks fantastic." Put it on my sim. Oh, this looks crap.
Yeah. Listen, somebody's at my door, so I'll be literally right back, guys. I'm sorry about this. I won't be a moment.
Lisbon Center, Pacifica 7942. Good day. With you at flight level 340.
7942 identified.
Okay. That was weird. That's weird. That's weird. Okay.
What was that?
Right, so yeah, a delivery arriving, yeah. Suddenly I get a text to say we're downstairs, or we will be downstairs, we're en route, and I got downstairs and all these cars are in the street, like lined up. I don't think, oh, Christmas time, people are coming home, or, do you know what I mean? I'm like, but the van that was delivering what's just arrived couldn't get up the street because of all these bloody cars. It's just pizza, isn't it? So, yeah, that's all it is. It was just weird. Why there's so many cars outside for some reason. Implementing live weather with volumetric clouds. I mean, that's what we've got now, isn't it?
Yeah, but we have to do that with an add-on.
Well, what's the add-on? Oh, like Active Sky or something. Right, sorry. I'm with you, sorry. Better default live weather, sorry. Yeah, I'm with you, sorry.
Yeah, because the days of FSX where you could download and import live weather from the program itself.
Yeah, what happened to that?
It was never great, but... multiplayer functionality. So I know they've implemented some kind of multiplayer, but the days of FSX where you could just jump on a server, load in, ship aircraft everywhere. Obviously, for commercial stuff, we've got the likes of VATSIM, IVAO, but just for general fun. I've never used them. Well, they say there's multiplayer support, but I've never seen a multiplayer server function in V5. I might be wrong.
If VATSIM was in by default, like that type of network was in by default, that would be great. You know, like they do have multiplayer, but it's more local multiplayer when you connect to another person, and it's a very small affair, and it's fun. But and I'm sure it's been refined yet again since version 5 first launched. But when I tried it in version 5, it works, but it was a bit ropey. It was a bit of a learning curve first. And it could be made easier, and I hope it was. I would hope it would be something like VATSIM, where everybody's connected, and that's great. Because, like, if you've ever played Star Citizen, that's basically that by default. You know, you connect to a live server, and that, if P3D in version 6 had this live server to connect to with the world streamed in and all this, I think a lot more people, you know, and maybe you could still use your planes, you know, from previous versions or not, but I think there'd be a lot more people sticking with P3D in the future if Lockheed Martin did that, you know. But then again, they're not. That's not what their purpose is it? No. You know, it's their purpose is defense, not entertainment. So
that is a feature that they could probably utilize. But for their public users, that would be something that would be beneficial. At some point, they've got to be able to sit, not just for themselves. It's got to be built for. They've got a community out there that purchases products from them to use. They're not military. They are just Joe Blogs on the street, fancies flying, buys P3D.
Yeah.
They've got to at some point build the sim for them as well. Or build a separate version of it.
I mean, do they though? They don't have to do anything they don't want to at the end of the day.
Right, they don't have
they'll follow their own path, and we just get to ride the coattails of it, really.
If there's, I don't know, say there's 5,000 P3D users in the world, just as a figure, right? They will spend however much on the sim. Lockheed Martin should, not that they will or won't, but should also incorporate features for the community, because it's a good chunk of money that we're paying. Obviously, we have complaints. We have everybody. You never hear a good thing. There's always a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, that would be beautiful if they did. But like you said before, they make this sim for themselves,
For
their
themselves, yeah.
purposes, for their training purposes, and we're a second thought more than a primary thought. But what you're saying is that if they devoted I mean, that's, yeah.
A portion of their resources towards the community.
Yeah.
There's enough user base for it.
Is that within their budget, though?
I don't know.
You know? Would that be deemed as nationally essential, you know?
But as Monkey Wings Colin said a short while ago, about 15 minutes ago, we need developers to commit to carrying on with V5 or prepared as a whole.
Yep.
Before Lockheed Martin, I think, would even consider opening up more to the community.
I mean,
if all of these developers have gone, no, we're jumping ship to Microsoft Flight Sim, why would Lockheed Martin?
Well,
why would they invest in a community when that community for them looks like they're going over to Microsoft Flight Sim?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, regardless of what we say, they'll continue to do what they need to do for themselves, because you know, they do what they do, and they don't make it for us primarily, but they do think of us, I believe, in their own roadmap, but it's primarily made for their own purposes.
I reckon that 90% of their forum users, so the people that posted before on their Lockheed Martin forum, I reckon 90% of them are not military users.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
They've got a forum there where the majority of the people who actually post in there are just Joe Blogs.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think they're going down their own path, and you know that they'll always do that. But for any flight sim to survive, regardless of who you are, you need developer support to help connect your user base, customers, to your sim. And you know, the more support you have got from developers, the longer your sim will survive. If nobody supports your sim, and Microsoft found this out the hard way with Microsoft Flight, then you will basically, you'll basically lose your customers. You won't have any support, and your sim will die. You know.
So if you look at what Orbex are doing, they're currently getting partnership with a lot of developers. Like they're allowing everyone to have their products on Orbex Central, because it's a one-stop shop for everything, isn't it, at the moment? And that's the way it looks like it's headed. If Lockheed Martin did the same thing prepared and had a single program with an open market for like as many products as you wanted,
like Orbex Central.
Like Orbex Central, but their own version, and then talk to developers and say, well, we'll give you a portion of the royalties. We want these products included in our sim, either as standard or as an optional add-on. I think that would be beneficial. I think that would work quite well, because Orbex Central now is basically going in partnership with what looks like bloody everybody. They're always adding a new developer every other week. That kind of program, so Lockheed Central or Peak Prepared Central or something along them lines, I think that would be good.
Yeah, but I mean that's the thing, isn't it? Lockheed Martin will never create a simulator for the community, because their budget, their purpose is for something else.
It doesn't have to be solely for the community, but it could have some community engagement or direction, or you know what I mean? I can't think of the word, but yeah. Like their user base is like I said, there's a lot of public users. So
there is, mainly because of FSX, isn't it?
Yeah, because they developed this software and this system from the core engine of FSX, which is what everybody knew, which is why P3D back then did the natural jump for everybody.
Yeah.
A lot of people at the time went over to X-Plane because that was the other option. But probably, a very high percentage of people naturally jumped to Prepared, because that's what they knew. Nothing on the face of it had changed much. There was new features, but the way the menu system worked, the controller system worked, the way you could assign buttons and stuff.
It's all the same, isn't it?
It was all the same. And that's fundamentally, a lot of that hasn't changed. All right, behind the scenes, the sliders mean different things, and they're double based in what you can do with them. But it is still that FSX feel in a new sim, or in a newer sim.
It's the reason why I chose P3D over X-Plane as well. I did not fancy going into a new, investing a load of more money when I already had a boatload of add-ons that I could, use in P3D. So
yeah,
it was a no-brainer, really.
And its core, it's still got the ESP engine, which is what FSX was developed from.
Yeah. Yeah, but
a lot of companies out there that develop real-world full-motion simulators for airlines, they still use that ESP software.
Yeah.
To develop their simulators. So that just shows. I mean, that piece of software is what, 15 years old.
15
or so?
plus, yeah.
And if people are still using it, it shows it works and it shows it's good.
I mean,
it's just. It needs some development.
Exactly, like Thomas is saying, the user interface needs an overhaul. It looks dated, and you're absolutely right. Yeah, like they have obviously given the menu system like a new facelift. Like everything's been recolored and retabbed as well. Like I think this is much better than what we had before in version 4. Everything down the side here with easy access to options, but it is still very structured and linear.
It needs more options.
It's more
configurability.
Yeah.
For V6, definitely for V6.
But I mean, the map itself is—you're absolutely right. This thing here needs to be a bit more fluid. Needs to be a bit better. I feel like it's good, and but it's still dated. It's still very old.
There's a lot of functions. When you move a slider, it affects another slider. Whereas if you had them separated out, so individual options work under individual tabs and buttons and sliders.
Yeah.
You could configure the sim exactly how you want it, rather than having to go into the CFG in the background and edit things there.
Yeah.
Because for a lot of people, they won't. A lot of people are not necessarily scared to, but not confident enough to edit a CFG file.
Yeah.
Whereas if it's in a menu system, nobody's going to even bat an eyelid.
Like GSX did.
Yeah, exactly. But
if you go in the add-on manager, you've got little tweaks here that you can apply from the CFG file.
Yeah.
And if Lockheed Martin did this, I think that would be a lot better, rather than having to manually edit.
I mean, Lockheed Martin are in a position where they could build on what they've already got and create the best sim out there, and someone's got to do it. And why not Lockheed Martin? They're using an engine and a core and a sim that a lot of people know, a lot of people use. They're in a position where I know they don't develop for the community, they develop for themselves, but they could, if they went in the right direction, build a sim that outcompetes the newest one that's on the block.
Yeah, and that's the biggest drawback, though, isn't it? Like you just said, they don't make it for the community, and that's it. That's their biggest Achilles heel, is that their primary focus is on what they do for their country, effectively, and so that is always going to steer the ship. But that's their biggest Achilles heel. But at the same time, it's their strongest point for lastability. Like, I have much more faith in Lockheed Martin than I do in Microsoft. One's a business, one's a complex that is budgeted by the United States. So therefore, they're going to stick around a lot longer than Microsoft can. Microsoft might even back out and hand the sim back over to Asobo and say, "We're out of it, guys. It's all yours. Take it and run, whatever." Whereas Lockheed Martin aren't going to say, "Right, we're going to stop training pilots these days, guys." I mean, if they do, it's Drone City, Yeah. But it's like, I have much more faith in Lockheed Martin than I do in Microsoft. And that's why I stay in the sim as well.
I think if Lockheed Martin went in the direction of including the community, they could build the best sim out there.
Yeah.
At the moment, for me, he is the best sim out there already, because it's what I know, it's what I use, and it's what I'll stay with until something better comes along that works. But at the moment, something better's come along visually, but in the background, it doesn't work the way I want it to.
I mean,
and the way a lot of our community want it to.
Lockheed Martin has been around longer than Microsoft.
Exactly.
They started back in the 50s. They didn't they?
Yep.
Like the history of Lockheed Martin. So it's like, I know, but then that's in the real world. That's like not in simulation, obviously. But you know, their technology that they've only acquired since 2013 when they bought the engine and they bought the rights to the software and stuff like that.
Lockheed Martin build aircraft.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Microsoft builds software.
Yeah.
Lockheed Martin's core, when they first started, was building aircraft and aircraft parts.
Yeah.
So they know how an aircraft works. They know how the real world, when you fly an aircraft, how it's supposed to handle and feel.
They have access to a lot of.
They have access to the right resources naturally. They're not building something that they think handles the way it should. They could build something that actually works and handles like it does in real life.
Thomas says a lot of the high-quality flight sim makers are not in a good place due to Microsoft Flight Sim. And for himself, he is a military jet flyer, and he wants to drop stuff. I'm guessing, like, you know, it's like bombs and scenarios of dogfighting, I imagine, Thomas, that you want to do. Which I imagine you do a lot in DCS World, because they are great for that. Which
that's what that sim's built for.
Yeah, which I have, but I've never really taken advantage of or tried or played yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lockheed Martin could apply more even to that area. But again, it's like anything they apply, I think it's always going to be for their own benefit, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know. But I mean, I think there's core things that we could say that we would want in that they could still utilize within, and it could still become a part of their roadmap. You know?
Yeah. That's it. They build a sim for the military, but they also have a big public user base that they should have some involvement with. Whether it's a massive part of it or a very small part of it, some kind of involvement and some influence.
I mean, realism.
Not that change their entire roadmap or their entire, reason for building prepared.
Yeah.
But some kind of involvement with the community would be lovely.
Yeah. Realism, I think, is the main thing. Like, even for their training, if it can get as real as possible, then that helps their pilots perform better in situations. And so part of that realism is the ground textures, making sure that the landscape they're flying within is as accurate as possible to real life. You know, just like the skies.
I would like to know if Lockheed Martin actually have, as part of their training system, any of the aircraft and sceneries and stuff that we use. Do they go to developers and buy stuff for them to use in their own sims, or do they make their own that we don't get to see?
I don't know if they've got global base installed on their machines. I imagine, to be honest, I imagine they use the sim for nothing for visuals, by the way, purely for performance. So they probably use the default stock terrain, the default settings, because that performs the best, which it does. And so they're practicing like dogfighting skills maybe and scenario setups between planes. They're not looking at the houses on the ground and going, oh, mate, them trees look gorgeous. Do you know what I mean? So I seriously doubt if they have any of the things we add in, because we add things in for visuals, basically. I mean, we go, this looks shit, I'm going to put an add-on in to cover that or replace it. And that's what we do. We just add things in. Like PMDG looks gorgeous, but performs better. I mean, it's our only option for a commercial airliner. We don't have another real option. You know, okay, Captain Sim does a 737, I think, and there are other 737 people, but There is no default 737 in the sim. So we have to turn to third party. But the only reason we add add-ons in is to make it look better.
Yeah.
You know?
And to make it feel better.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I'd like to, so if they don't use like add-on sceneries and stuff and textures, etc., do you reckon they use add-on weather engine? Or do you reckon they use just default profiles?
The way I think Lockheed Martin uses their simulator is they set up scenarios.
Yeah.
And they make the rules of that scenario for whatever training purpose they're doing. And it's all the rules are based within this scenario. Now with that you've got everything at your hands within the menu system here. You've got a weather scenario system that you can actually create. And everything is here for them. Like, they don't need live weather. They really don't. If they want, we're going to train low visibility, so we'll train for that, you know. Well, and we'll make a scenario with low visibility. They can do that with what tools they've implemented in version 5. I seriously doubt they use any exterior add-ons in their training simulators. They make it for performance. They make it for the situation that they're simulating at the time.
Yeah.
Which could be anything, couldn't it? You know. Very rarely live.
That's the thing. We don't know because we don't get told. We don't see the inner workings. Whereas Microsoft is obviously quite transparent about what they're doing.
Yeah.
But they're not military focused.
That transparency is a PR stunt, really.
Yeah.
You know, it's to help build a community around your products and to make them feel like they're included. So we'll ask them to come beta test. We'll ask them to be this testing, or we'll say, what features do you want, guys? We'll work on that and we'll do that, you know. But they're only doing it so they can get the community rallying around them to help support that platform, which is not a bad thing, by the way. You know, it's just that's the reason they're being transparent. They weren't transparent before.
Just a shame from an outside point of view. I think Microsoft forced Lockheed Martin's hand with the release of V5.
Yeah, I do too.
Another couple of months of development. We'd probably still be on V5 now, but it would have V5.1 features.
Yeah.
And stability.
Yeah. I really believe their original roadmap was going to be a summer release, but they moved it forward, and it didn't get to go to the hands of certain developers, which it would have done first, you know, after the beta testing. So the add-ons could be ready in time. I think timetables were bumped up just because Microsoft bumped up their timetable for their release as well because of COVID.
Yeah. That's the other thing, though. They could use. So if they allowed a small proportion of their focus community-wise to the public users, they could also use a select few community users to beta test the system for them, so they don't have to use their own resources.
Yeah. I don't really agree with community members being testers because they don't have the same mindset that is required for a testing thing. What the hell's going on? Dude, clouds are going by at rapid pace here. Community members know how to use the sim for their own purposes, but they don't have the right mindset for testing. They're not Q&A testers. They're users. And, you know, they'll get frustrated. They'll voice their frustrations in forums, which we've seen with Active Sky and Microsoft. But they don't understand that this is the process of testing. You're going to come across bugs. You actually need to search for bugs, and to be a tester, you need to have a mind that is outside the thinking box, because you have to know how to go looking for problems already before, I'm just going to encounter a problem. Well, not necessarily. You sometimes you have to look for that problem. It's hidden. It's, you know, and you have to find it and uncover it. And it's like people who, like simmers who want to fly under a bridge just because it's fun, they'll make the best beta testers because they try things that are outside the norm. And it's like Microsoft, Active Sky, who have used the community to become testers, basically they don't have to pay testers. They got the community doing it for them. Plus, it's a big PR thing. I just don't agree. I personally don't agree with that because it can, I feel, turn community members off as well. Like, people go, this is rubbish, I'm not coming back to this, you know, because they're not testers, you know. It's, I hope to God P3D never, well, actually they have, but they've already done it, to be honest. They already do give community members products to test, you know. Which I think is a mistake. They should get professional testers to do it. Testing's not as easy as it's cracked up to be. I think people have a misconception of what testing a game or testing a product is. And it ain't just like, oh, I get to play the game early. It's definitely not that. I did game design, and part of that was I had to learn like the testing side of it as well as one phase of game design. And it ain't fun to be a game tester, guys. It's boring and repetitive to the point where you could be asked to jump up and down for 8 hours straight with your character just to see if he glitches out after like the 3rd or 4th hour or something, or to see after 1,000 jumps what will happen to your character. You know, it's like that's what testers have to do. A repetitive task every day.
Well, there's a couple of people who commented on the post I put on Facebook about this video. So, first one is you probably think focus on getting V5 stable before you're thinking of V6, which is granted, fair enough. Someone's put, I regret installing 5.1. I spent more time getting it working than actually flying. Just love a sim out of the box that works.
Well, hang on. Out of these comments, can we just like address each one in turn? So what was the first one? Sorry.
Should probably focus on getting V5 stable before you're thinking of V6.
Okay, that's just a knobhead comment, to be honest, because like we've kind of asked like what would you like to see in a possible version 6, and it's a given to get version 5 sorted first. It's still being done, right? Well, but that's not what the question was. The question was, what would you still like to see, even though V5 is being sorted now? What would you still like to see in the future? So, like, for me, that's a bit of an inappropriate response, you know, to that question.
Someone, so where's the next one? Someone has put, with V6, if it was a minimal cost or a free upgrade, perfect. Fair enough.
If it was a what, sorry?
A minimal cost upgrade or a free upgrade, that would be preferred. Well, fair enough.
I mean, hey, if everything was for free, it would be amazing, but I'm also a big believer in you get what you pay for.
Yeah, somebody's put, would love to have community involvement, but great to have an input.
Yeah.
That seems to be the consensus for a lot of these comments.
A lot more community input, yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, like we've already discussed, it's primarily made for themselves and primarily made for the military contracts, but as I've already said, there is a lot of users out there that are not military. I don't know if Lockheed must be aware of that. It's whether they want to acknowledge it or not, I suppose. Yeah, that seems to be the general consensus is public input.
I think if the developers were allowed to be more vocal to the community rather than having to do it behind closed doors, that's I think, and give community members a chance to voice more often, you know. Like, they do have that voice, by the way. You go to the P3D forums, there is a feature request section that you can put in that I'm sure they monitor, you know, and they look at, but there is that avenue. People can do that, but you have to know to go there to do it. There's, like, on the Lockheed Martin YouTube channel, which they do have, it's all about the real world Lockheed Martin, and it's never about the flight simulation Lockheed Martin. And it's like, I'd like to see more about the flight simulation behind the scenes at Lockheed Martin on that YouTube channel.
Well, there is that section obviously on their forum, but there's a lot of posting and not a lot of replies.
Yeah.
That's where it falls down a little bit, because everybody's posting that they'd like these features, but then we don't get any acknowledgement of whether that's something they'll consider or not.
A feature request for me as well is that their forums are actually moderated by the admin staff and moderators that are on there, but I never see them names posting anything. It's always community members that post. Like, I honestly thought there was one community member who was an admin staff member because they comment the most, they respond the most, but they're, at the end of the day, they're just community members who are active in them forums. And they're not, they're just members of the community. But I would like to see a more active presence by Lockheed Martin in those forums. I've had to actually come out of those forums because they're not regulated as well as they could be, and trolls are allowed to rule in that arena.
Yeah, I'm aware of the people you're on about. Well, that's another thing as well. If they do look at community involvement, right, they could send a representative. So obviously, there's all these sim fests and everything that are physical events. That happen in the US, that happen in the UK, that happen everywhere. It'd be nice to see an actual physical representative of Lockheed Martin's flight sim department.
Yeah.
At these events that you could actually have a conversation with.
Yeah. The flight the flight sim department being more present.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean a lot of these events that happen, I've not yet been to one, but I'd like to go. They have representative from Honeycomb, Cytec, PMDG, Active Sky. They have all the major developers there, all the major sim builders, but the one that's missing is always the one that's most used, and that is Lockheed Martin's Prepared.
Yeah.
They need to be less behind closed doors, I think.
Well, but they can't be, can they? Because that's their business. That's their, you know.
It is, but they get a good chunk of money by purchasing the sim. That's what I'm saying.
I think what we're saying here is that Lockheed Martin really are limited by things that they cannot do for national security reasons. But the flight simulation department of that community, I think, can be more vocal just about the flight simulation department. Like, they can have more of a presence without breaking any national security. Do you know what I mean? Without
we don't need to know the ins and outs of how Lockheed Martin works.
Exactly.
This one program.
If the division of flight simulation separated a little bit from the Lockheed Martin, I think it would be better for everybody, whereas there'd be more community engagement with that Lockheed Martin division of the flight simulation division of Lockheed Martin, you know, rather than it just being all under the brand of Lockheed Martin.
Yeah. Any more questions in the? There we go. So Thomas just said DCS does not focus on systems like P3D.
Yeah. DCS World is a military thing. This is even though this is for military, it is considered for entertainment as well. Like, it is given the community thought, you know. So obviously, being from FSX, which was purely entertainment, and only for licensing reasons can this not be for entertainment. This has to be that's the only reason the academic license exists, to be honest. Legal reasons. But yeah, they do operate very differently. I truly think now that version 5 is more hampered and more held back by the community than it is helped by. And I think that could be helped in the future by more communication between Lockheed Martin and the developers and the community members, you know? I think developers need to get a wriggle on as well, updating a lot of their stuff to make it fully compatible with version 5. And Lockheed Martin needs to be more open with their communications and include more developers in their development.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Why can't developers develop for both sims? Because
they can.
Well, they can, but a lot of them are saying they're not going to, or they're not going to continue support for Prepared. But
yeah, I mean,
you've got an entirely different user base for Microsoft Flight Simulator than you do for Prepared. So you'll have I don't know, say for argument's sake, you'll double the income by building for 2 sims, but they're for 2 different kinds of people. It's not like if you develop for both sims, you're going to be out of resources to develop. You can't physically develop for both because you don't have the manpower to do it.
Yeah.
Or the finances to do it, because you will. They're just 2 different sims.
Exactly, and like we've said before, they do it for their own purposes. They do it for their own reasons, you know. I honestly think as well that the like Lockheed Martin with developers, you know, it's like developers do have the resources to be able to develop for multiple platforms, you know.
Yeah.
But some of them choose to swing their oar over to Microsoft more, probably because they get more support from that arena than they do with the current arena. I think with version 5 being rushed out and certain developers not being included, it's kind of bent their nose in a little bit. And so because of that, they've kind of almost turned their back, you know, on the community, on the platform. Which, like, they haven't turned their back on the community because they still support it, you know. But I think in terms of, like, Lockheed Martin, they're like, well, we weren't included in this one. Why not? And it might have been just for time. It might have been because there wasn't enough time before it got released to include. But I know Lockheed Martin does work with the developers. Like, they worked with Hi-Fi in getting the weather engine acceptable, you know. So they do work with developers. But I just feel maybe there wasn't enough time in the release of version 5 to include the developers. And that's bent the shape of developers. And, you know, since then they've moved on. Pete saying that the P3D team is quite small and focused on military contracts. Yep. P3D cannot be seen to be encroaching on Dovetail license to sell FSX. Well, that's it. They're not allowed to do it as like an entertainment thing, but I don't think they would want to anyway. Including I mean, they have to keep it as a training sim and not an entertainment sim. Yeah.
So Nathaniel's put a comment in. For me, their night lighting should be something they focus on. For me, that's where they're lacking big time. So yeah, I agree with that. So visuals during the daytime are absolutely brilliant now.
Yeah.
All right, some of it can be a little bit overexposed in places, but fair enough. The actual enhanced atmospherics during the daytime is brilliant. Nighttime just seems to have been forgotten.
Yep.
And there's 2 parts of a day, nighttime and daytime.
Yeah.
Just have one.
Yep.
So either that could be the ongoing fixes for V5, or something that they bring to the table for V6, which is true nighttime flying. Nighttime true sky.
Yeah, I do think the nighttime looks like a pizza. Like, in fact,
the daytime looks really good, but they seem to have just gone, with the nighttime one.
That's what the daytime looks like right there. The nighttime lighting. Nighttime lighting looks like that. Look, we're flying above the landscape at night now. Yeah, I do agree. Like their whole ground texturing, I think, needs a whole overhaul. You know, I think even the add-ons need an overhaul of the ground texturing. In all honesty, you know, like Global Base, I think looks pants. You know, but then again, if you don't have a 4K screen, if you have a 1080p screen, it might look fine. Maybe it's because I'm on a 4K screen that I think it looks pants, but I just think it looks dated. It needs to be updated, same as the default textures.
A lot of the ground textures at night time are they look just like normal daytime tiles, darkened and then backlit. You know, they look like there's a light underneath them rather than actual like nighttime textures, because they always glow. All of the textures in a major city at night time just glow orange. Well, that's the actual ground texture. It's not necessarily having any light add-ons like we've got. It's just the standard ground texture is black and orange, which just doesn't look realistic in any way, shape or form. So yeah, I mean, lighting on a whole could be improved, but night lighting needs to be a major focus. Because I mean, for their view as military users, they don't care what it looks like, which is fair enough.
Yeah, it's performance they want, isn't it?
But on a whole, that's something that it would be nice for them to develop.
Well, I still think it can look good and acceptable, even perform just as good. You know.
Yeah. That's it. If they implement the likes of Black Marble
2141
as a standard core feature,
Radar Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141 with you at flight level 350 PC.
and it's not, the problem is, as an add-on, it's a very good add-on, but for a lot of people, it's not reachable because it is expensive to some people. Whereas if it was included in the sim as standard, people will go, yeah, I'll pay double the price for the sim if I haven't got to spend X amount on all these add-ons.
No way. Ooh, yeah. Soviet power.
But I do think a lot of the features we're asking for can't happen until they get the sim better optimised for modern PCs.
Yeah.
You can chuck as many features into the sim as you want.
You gotta have the hardware.
But whether the software itself, the core software, is able to take use of every single drop of resource your computer's got, it won't work. Or it'll work rubbish.
Yeah.
I mean, True Sky coming into V5, like I said earlier, has hindered a lot of people's ability to reach V5 as it stands and as we have it, because they just can't run it.
Yeah.
Whereas if the sim was in a state where it used every single ounce of power your computer's got, a lot of those people probably would be able to use V5 with True Sky. So yeah, 64-bit, better optimization of people's PCs and components. Yeah, that is a number one must, and I know it's something they will do or they will look to focus on, but they just have to, for themselves as well, for future proof.
Yeah.
64-bit PC has been around for how long? It's been around since
10 years, man.
It's been longer than that. It's been around since before FSX was. But because FSX was developed on a 32-bit system, they never, and then obviously the studio closed, there was never that view to upgrade to a 64-bit sim. If I reckon if the studio that created FSX had still been around for another 4 or 5 years, they would have brought out a new sim that was 64-bit.
Yeah.
But I think because Lockheed Martin are still using that original FSX core to drive their sim, that's the reason why we're still on 32-bit. 64-bit PCs have been around for about 15, 16 years. So I think it was poor timing for FSX to be released because it was developed on what was around when they first started. They weren't going to redevelop a sim halfway through, which is fair enough.
Yeah. I think, do you know what? It seems to me that what we're saying here in these P3D wish list almost of future features is that they fall into two categories: enhancements, right, and then like actual features. So like, for me, an actual feature is a full 64-bit sim. Like that's not going to happen in version 5, but in version 6 that can fully happen. But these like night lightings we're talking about, ground textures, camera motions, like they're all just enhancements, aren't they? They're all like things that we require an add-on for to get, you know? But there's really only one core feature that doesn't fall into these enhancements, which is the satellite data streaming on the fly, which is, you know, like that's an actual feature, whereas I feel the others are merely just enhancements, which, yes, the sim can always be enhanced, and I hope they do. Lockheed Martin do follow in certain areas to enhance the sim, but I think being able to stream satellite data on the fly will be a massive feature for version 6. You know, I mean, it's possible in version 5 now, but it's just ropey and it's janky and it doesn't function with third-party airplanes. You have to use the Google simulator plane to do it in.
I don't think the sim stability where it is at the moment adding in live streaming of satellite data, I think would kill a lot of people's simulators.
No,
If you did
no. I think it is possible to do. I've seen people do it. You can stream satellite data into P3D. You have to use another program, and you have to use the Google simulator plane to do it with. You don't get to use third-party planes. You don't get Chase plane or anything like that. So the technology does work, but it's not been developed, and that's what it needs. It needs developing and implementing. And I think creative design studios were working on that as well for P3D until Microsoft came out, and then they had a virtual Earth program that they were working on, which they said that it worked perfectly, and it gave full autogen as well. But Microsoft came out, and since then they've dropped that. And I'm like, please take that up again, because if somebody brought that out for P3D, I reckon a lot of people would jump on it. And
if Chris is listening or watching, get on it. Get on it, full stop.
Yeah, definitely.
I know for a fact you've got 2 customers here already.
Hey.
Yeah, if he gets on it and does it,
Oh,
he's got 2 customers already.
I thought you were talking about somebody in the chat then, but yeah, definitely, exactly. I would have that, because I import satellite data myself into the sim, and I think it looks far better than what is currently in the sim, and it's a very long-winded process to do that, and it's very space consuming as well to have this data on a hard drive. 4 terabytes ain't enough. Whereas if it was streamed in on the fly, then it would be, I'd be for that. I'm down for that.
Yeah, or have some of it dormant on the PC and then activated when you get a decent internet connection.
Yep.
So like a half and half kind of scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Or you tick a box to say, I mainly fly in this region. So you have the Europe, so say you fly in Europe, you have a live streaming system, but your internet connection is not great. You've always got a good version of the Europe scenery installed, but then when you get a decent internet connection, it improves on that. So you can do it region by region, because not everybody flies between 2 continents. A lot of people just fly in. I mean, you and I mainly fly in Europe.
Yeah.
So you had a system that had you could configure to your preferred region, that then had those textures installed as default but dormant, or a good version of them, and then improved on by a live streaming system if you had a decent internet connection. I think that would be fantastic.
Definitely,
but it uses minimal bandwidth.
Yeah, but not be the only option. Like, I wouldn't want them to do what Microsoft has done and say this is your only option, because like if the internet is crap, your experience is hampered by it. And that's why some people don't like the Microsoft Sim, because they have shit visuals, because they have a very crappy internet. And
there you go then, Chris, get on it.
So hang on, Nathaniel's saying that developers haven't also helped either in terms of not implementing certain features that Lockheed Martin introduced. Yeah, I'm exactly with you on that 100%, Nathaniel. Developers definitely haven't taken advantage of every feature that Lockheed Martin put in. As far as I'm concerned, only Latin VFR uses sloped runways. No. I mean, Aerosoft uses sloped runways at Lukla. That's a sloped runway. I had that in version 4, but in order for the sloped runway to work, I had to have a sloped runway add-on as well.
I think in response to Nathaniel's comment, a lot of the reason why developers haven't implemented them features is because they've all gone, right, Microsoft Flight Simulator is the next big thing. It's all tied into that release of that sim.
Yeah.
Why would they develop and implement features when there's a piece of software out there that's already got it standard?
Yeah. If Microsoft hadn't come out, I think we would have a different sim in version 5. They would have sorted certain things out by now, which they just haven't had time to do because they've been on the Microsoft money train.
Exactly. I mean, so Nathaniel's also put at the bottom Some for me, the real issue is that we can ask for all kinds of features, but some of these developers are just damn lazy. It's not laziness; they are following the trend because they have to make money. These are at core, these developers are businesses. They have to make some kind of money from their software. Otherwise, there's no point in doing it. And they are following. Earlier in the year, the new sim came out. Everybody ranted and raved about it. Everybody went down that route, and that's why all the developers followed.
Yeah, I definitely don't agree with they're lazy. Okay, I don't consider myself a developer of any kind. I have repainted aircraft. I have compiled satellite data into my sim, and I have used Airport Design Editor to remove default things. I'm not a developer though, but I do know what hard work goes into even just doing a repaint. You know, in fact there's a flight sim member that I need to make a shout out to, because in the last 2-3 months I've seen about 20 aircraft repaints from this one person, right? Luca Collins, and they look fan-fucking-tastic, right? They're much better than any professional repaint that I've seen. They're all for the PMDG 747, and they're honestly they're payware level, and he's giving them away for free. And I know, as I've done repaints, how much hard work has gone into just doing that. So I definitely don't think developers are lazy, because I do think that they have to spend a lot of time on the smallest of things, you know, to give us something which we don't really think about, you know. But what I do think is, like what Ben was just saying, is that yes, they are businesses at the same time. They do have to make money and survive, and therefore they've got to go where the money is going as well, where the community, where they think the community is going to go. They have to follow that now.
But then a lot of them are coming back to what they
know. I mean, at the end of the day, they also have enough staff to be able to split their duties across several platforms, which I think they should do, rather than putting all their resources into just like the development of maybe one or something. Like maybe they do. Maybe Orbex does have a P3D department and a Microsoft department, you know? Who knows?
Don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah, exactly. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. I feel like they could do better, that's all.
There's some developers, because of some of the features that have come out in the new Microsoft Flight Simulator, some developers have just gone, well, what's the point anymore? Because that's already a standard feature in a new sim. Some of them have gone, well, we can't improve on that because that's as good as it's going to get. So it's not a case of some of them are lazy. All right, probably a small handful of them probably are, or just don't see a future for their product. But then a lot of them are, they have to make money.
I think also what people might not be remembering is, like, we don't know what goes on behind closed doors. Nobody announces things that happen in secret. Like, for instance, I did not know that Mr. Cock of Aerosoft, whatever his name is, Massive Cock, is friends with Robert Randazzo. Like, I didn't know that until they both posted about their friendship, and that they sort of talked very openly about how they see each other as a platform, how they see the community, and how they see each other, really.
That's it.
And I was, I was totally unaware of this. So we don't know conversations between Lockheed Martin and developers and what has happened behind closed doors. What I do know is there is a definite wave of developers who have moved away from P3D for whatever reason. Like, as in they don't bring out as much, or I don't feel that the support is there as much as it once was because of Microsoft. Like, and not blaming Microsoft or anything like that. The developers have chosen to do this. Like, they still support it at the end of the day, but
that's the thing.
They're more farming their eggs in the basket of Microsoft with the amount of add-ons, just because it's a new platform, you know. And if they do decide to come back in the future and start developing more for P3D, will the community be here when they get back?
Or will the community want to support them?
Or that, yeah.
Because if they feel like they've been left in the dark, I don't know, for an example, if PMDG was to say, right, we're going to develop for Microsoft Flight Simulator, we're going to stop all development for Prepared. If in 2 years' time Microsoft Flight Simulator goes down the pan, another developer probably would have come along, taken PMDG's place, and then everyone will go, well, why would I go with PMDG when they left us in the dark 2 years ago?
Yep.
That's why you've got to cross-develop for different platforms. You can't just. I mean, Microsoft Flight Simulator is a new system. It's a new platform. It's a new sim. Can they afford to put all their eggs in one basket? It's not much of a stable business plan, is it?
No. Like Nathaniel was saying, it's having several streams of income. I mean, any entrepreneur will tell you that is a better business plan than just having the one. So for me, that tells me that there must be a reason why they've decided to perhaps have more support or more add-ons coming out for this platform. Well, maybe just because it's new, and less for the others, you know.
Don't get me wrong, I have no problem with people developing Microsoft Flight Simulator, so long as they keep the support for what's already there. Which all these developers we're talking about and discussing, their main source of income at the moment is Prepared. If that sim didn't exist, they wouldn't have a business. Or they would, but it would be in a different sim. So they need to continue the support for that sim, because that is where they've made the majority of their money from, and that's where the majority of their community has paid for their products. So if they drop support for that sim completely, well, I would be pissed off, because I've spent X amount of money on a product for someone that they've then gone, well, we're not going to support you anymore.
Yeah. I mean, obviously they don't need to do anything they don't want to, you know.
They don't.
But we wish they did.
If it's at the risk of losing their customers, I don't think it's worth it. That's not a viable business plan.
Well, exactly. Now, I mean, people might think I'm an idiot, but to be honest, I'm kind of done with UK 2000. I won't be buying any more products from that company, simply because it was like, okay, I have enough products, I feel, for P3D version 5. But just their moral outlook on P3D and things that happened recently, I don't agree with that. I'm sorry, I couldn't do that. So I'm happy with what I got from them. I don't need anything more. I wouldn't want to put my money into that company. And I'm sorry to say that, really, because they make great airports, you know.
Yep.
But they've chosen a path that I can't agree with, and therefore I'm not going to follow them on that path anymore. I'll just take what I have, and that'll be that, you know. I just hope they don't nuke my account because of it.
Well, it's a shame, though, isn't it? Because you've got a good developer who makes a good product, who's then basically gone to the P3D community. Right, see you later. So, well, hang on a minute. What about support for the latest version that's come out?
Yep.
It's upsetting.
It is upsetting.
Because that's a developer that's been around from
the beginning.
Yeah.
You know, a staple as well, really. The only sort of developer who created airports for the UK and supported near enough every single airfield in the airport in the UK. Like, their airfields pack covers every airfield and airport. And it's like, even if you just had those 3 volumes of airfields, you still got everything. You know, and it still is pretty good, like.
Yeah. Well, bloody Microsoft Flight Simulator. Don't get me wrong, when it was first announced, I was excited for it. I thought, right, here we go, we've got something coming that's going to be game changer.
Yeah.
But having used it, I agree, it is good, but I will stick with Prepared until Microsoft Flight Simulator is on the same level, and it's going to take a long time. So, I mean, by the time Microsoft Flight Simulator reaches that kind of level, I reckon Prepared will be on version 8, 9, maybe even 10.
Yep.
Got a long way to go.
Yep, I mean, yeah.
And the problem is, Microsoft Flight Simulator was released too early, I feel. But in turn, they also pushed Lockheed Martin to release Prepared too early as well. So they're both sort of... Microsoft has shot themselves in the foot, but also helped shoot Lockheed Martin in the foot at some point, which Lockheed Martin have been developing for this community for 5 years. Microsoft, I feel, were in the wrong to do that. I feel that they should not have done that unless they were in a position where their sim was working, because they've not only affected themselves, but they've also affected a developer and a company that's kept this community going when Microsoft disappeared.
Yeah.
Because when Microsoft announced that they were closing down the flight sim studios from 10 years ago or 15 years ago, it was like, oh, what we're going to do? Then Lockheed Martin came along and went, right, we've bought the rights. Well, no, because at the time it was that Flight Sim World came out. Right?
Yeah, Lockheed Martin already had the rights by then.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And then Lockheed Martin went, right, we've bought the rights. We're going to continue development of this. And everyone went, oh, thank God for that. Someone out there was willing to take the risk. And now Microsoft have come along and gone, well, we're back again. Hi. Right, this is the way things are going to go. And tried to move the community in a direction that they felt was right.
Yeah.
Which so far has not been successful.
I just think, imagine if COVID had never happened, guys, how much our lives would be different. Like with flight simulation, like things would have developed and progressed naturally rather than having changed because of COVID and things that in businesses had to go through internally and, you know, profits and whatever. But I
think Microsoft have forced a lot of people's hands, and I think that is wrong.
Yeah.
They seem to have tried to take control of the entire community by bringing out this and forcing a lot of people to cut corners, which
yeah.
haven't helped themselves anyway, because the sim that they've brought out is not finished.
Yeah.
But
on a separate note, I'm gonna say we're about like 300 miles away from top of descent, maybe 200. So let's quickly talk. We're about 200 miles away from top of descent. Let's quickly talk about what version 6 would possibly look like. Yeah, what could it possibly be? Now, I don't know if anybody's ever been over to that True Sky Simul website and that, or if you've seen their website, you've seen like they've got these landscape shots. Let me see if I can find it. They got these landscape shots that you can check out, and it's where is it? So some of these landscape things are really, really inspiring to sort of say, I wonder if this is what Lockheed Martin could do. That's not them. Hang on, let's type in True Sky.
Yeah, I'm just looking at their website now.
There it is. That's them.
So there is actually two. Hang on, there is actually two versions of True Sky as well, isn't there? There's True Sky and True Sky Pro.
Oh yeah, that's just the application. Like, hang on a second. Oh, this is the video that I watched. But I'll just mute the sound here, because otherwise Chris will be yakking. We won't hear it. We won't. I think it's this one. There's one of these videos, right, which I kind of wish I'd queued up now, but I didn't plan on playing it, where it it's not
the ones on their website, is it?
I don't know.
True Sky Showcase, it's on their website.
Ah, this is it here. This is it. This is how I think P3D version 6 could look. This is used with True Sky, by the way. But imagine if the landscapes look like that. Like maybe even in version 6, but you have to do it with add-ons. But if it was done by default, you know?
Yeah.
Like
that's the problem. That's the problem with True Sky in its state at the moment, because True Sky is designed to be seen from ground up, isn't it?
Yeah. But look at this, a rock here, you know? Like with that much detail on it.
Yeah.
Let me just minimize the sound on this. Like, how many people have actually played Star Citizen, and the landscapes that these planets have are on this level of detail? Imagine if we had a sim on this level of detail, you know? Like, we have to do it now with add-ons, but what if it was there by default? And you didn't need add-ons in your sim, but planes that you fly. I mean,
yeah, that takes me back to my comment a minute ago. Like, so True Sky is mainly designed to be seen from ground level up.
Yeah.
Whereas we fly at 35, 40, 42,000 feet, and we see it from the sky down.
Like this shot here, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a case of it's just development, isn't it? It's
thanks, Gok.
Future development. It's future development and implementing and enhancing what we've got, which is a V5 thing more than a V6 thing. But if it was to end up looking like that in V6,
yeah,
that looks better than the flight simulator.
I think, yeah, if we had that, which would only be possible by having to maybe stream, I don't know, but if it was on by default, if we had everything we would ever want by default, but it was in conjunction with all the developers, that they were in on it, because they weren't in on it with Microsoft from the beginning. They are in on it now, but they weren't in on it with the making of that sim. Whereas if P3D version 6 had all the developers in on it, injecting their products by default, and we paying like £200 each for it, like for the sim, yeah, and then you get your aircraft separately, maybe, I don't know, but I'd have that. I'd definitely be up for that. You're right.
I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with paying for aircraft as an add-on, because that's a choice, but the environment should be included.
Morgan's asking, he hasn't been in flight simulation for a while. Does it worth investing in add-ons for version 5 or hold off? I would have to ask you, Morgan, what type of flying do you enjoy first?
Yeah.
And why specifically are you asking about V5? I know this is a prepared V5 kind of stream, but like, is that your sim you have now, or like what type of flyer are you? Because I would say it really does depend on that.
Also depends on PC capability as well.
Yeah. Oh, they don't give you any kit by default. Look at that bullshit. Pizza Hut, sort it out, man. Yeah, like I enjoy commercial airliners. I do. I enjoy flying up high, and systems heavy planes. But seeing how many trees are down on the ground, like, it don't bother me, because I'm up here, and I'm not going to really see that anyway. So, beautiful scenery is a secondary thought for me. Because I want to learn how to fly this thing, like, as realistically, performance is the thing I'm looking for,
You and I are both the same. We like the running through the checklists. And
yeah,
doing things
exactly.
From start to finish with every little detail.
Right, so Morgan...
More than looking at the ground.
Yeah, exactly. So Morgan prefers airline operation simulation. He's got FSX, Microsoft, and version 5 of prepared. Then I would, if you're into airline operation simulation, then I think prepared version 5 is the simulator for that currently right now. And I don't think it's a bad thing to get add-ons for version 5, but I just say bear in mind that, and we're just talking about the airports and the landscape add-ons, not many of them are fully compatible with version 5, and therefore you will get crashes. You will get things that will happen in a negative way because of that, I mean, even some aircraft like this isn't version 5 compatible. This is for version 4. This is my version 4 737. You know, yeah, just the original NGX. It does work in version 5 and it performs fine. It doesn't look as good as the NGXU for version 5, but I can't justify paying another £100 to get the same plane again. Like, I can't do that. So until this one becomes impossible, I will stick with it. Like, it serves me fine and it works fine. Should I be using it in version 5? Of course not, because it's not made for version 5. There's no support for version 5. I have to trick my own PC to get it in. So, you know, naughty boy, you know? And it's the same with the airports. There's a lot of airports that were made for FSX or P3D version 3 or 4, and they're not compatible with TrueSky and the version 5.1 right now, but they're still sold as version 5. So you just got to be careful, because you could put an airport in and then suddenly, oh, my PC's Sims just died, and it could be because of that add-on. Have you yourself tested the new Active Sky version 5 out of interest? So yeah, Morgan, I was testing that like everyone else right through the beta stage, and I found it to crash my sim quite a lot or have negative effects on the weather that I wasn't used to with their previous products. Like, I had Active Sky in version 4, worked fine, not a problem. Version 5, when it was the beta, it had problems, but then again, it might have been the sim. Maybe it was the fact that it didn't work well with the sim, because, you know, the TrueSky was in beta as well. But basically, in version 5.0, I actually never used TrueSky because it was that ropey to use. But now I love it and I use it fully now that it's out of beta. But I haven't tried the current Active Sky because I'm a tester for Rex, and I'm waiting for the next Rex product, which everyone's also going to get to test, by the way, which I need to actually message him, because they were supposed to bring it out this week, like, just gone. Or they said they were working towards that schedule, so hopefully it'll be out this week. I
will say, as I've got Rex purchase, which you know.
Yeah.
Obviously, at the moment, I can't use it for whatever reason. So I am using the latest version of Active Sky, and I can't fault it because that's what I know.
Yeah.
It works as well as I need it to at the moment. Obviously, if Rex is any better, I'll find out for myself. But from an Active Sky user for the last 2-3 years, it's come a long way, and the latest version does work, and it works well.
Yeah, it does work. Yeah. If only Microsoft didn't fly like a GTA aircraft. That's true. It's a great game, but it's just that it's a game. You think they really screwed the physics up? Well, I don't know about the physics, but
they shouldn't have called it Microsoft Flight Simulator.
No.
At the moment, it's not. The only thing it simulates is really well is the weather.
At the end of the day, the
the
Microsoft Flight Simulator is great at simulating what it's like to use a flight simulator.
Yeah. But the fact that they're bringing out an Xbox compatible version, I think says it all. They're trying to cross-develop for the Xbox platform and the PC, whereas flight simulation will always be PC-based.
Yeah.
Because it's the only hardware system that is capable of, coping with the complexity of a flight simulator.
Yeah. My PC is still better than PlayStation 5 now.
Yeah.
There's no way you could run this on a PlayStation 5 or the Xbox Series X. Just no way.
No.
But you can run Microsoft on it though. So that sort of states.
My last PC build was 7 years old. It lasted me 7 years, and even that was better spec than a PlayStation is now, or Xbox. So consoles are consoles. They're a one-piece package that is what it is. A PC is always ahead and can always be upgraded with individual components.
Yep.
We'll always be able to cope better with a complex system like a flight simulator. yeah, as Morgan said, yes, I would go down the V5 route. I would invest in the aircraft, scenery-wise. If it's fully V5 compatible, then yes. If it says on the website that it is, definitely go for it. If it's V4 ported, probably not.
Yeah, or just be careful with it because expect crashes, you know?
Yeah, or just do some research on that specific piece of software, that specific scenery.
Yeah.
People have had with it. But if you could do a try before you buy,
yeah, that would be great.
If you can't, make sure you research that specific region, scenery, package, whatever it is, before you buy it to make sure that you'll get the best out of it that you can with V5.
Yeah.
And there are some, I've seen some sceneries that say I am V5 compatible, but I know for a fact it's V4 developed. So when I get into 5, I will get the likes of the black edging, the black boxes, the black squares, the black trees, the black buildings.
Yeah.
Because it's not developed for V5, it was just ported.
And for version 5.1 that we're on right now, I can probably fit all the airports that are actually 5.1 ready, 100% compatible on my one hand. Like, there is hardly any airports that are 5.1 compatible, 100%. Like, they will work in, like, the airports that aren't will work in, but you're going to get side effects. You're going to get glitches of either buildings popping out through the weather, or you're going to get, like, blank textures, or just crashes. You know, it's a bit of a cluster.
A couple of the sceneries I've got, when you go to the installer, it says FSX to prepare V4.
Yeah, exactly.
If I install them, I get the problems. Whereas if it says prepared V5 only, or prepared V5 is the only title in that install, I know it's V5. And I've only got about 4.
Yeah. Orbex Central, most of them say prepared 4+.
Yeah.
And they don't say 5 for a reason. At least they're decent and they own up to that, you know? Whereas a lot of other developers do put compatible with V5.
If it says V4 compatible or it says FSX compatible, anywhere in the description, it won't be fully compatible with V5.
Yeah.
Because it can't be, because it has to be backward compatible. If it solely says V5, then yeah, get it. But make sure you do some research before you buy anything for V5 to make sure you can get the best out of it.
Yeah.
But from my point of view, as an airline simmer, as a commercial aircraft simmer, V5 is the route I should continue to follow, and prepared is the route that I should continue to follow, regardless of Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Yeah, I will continue the P3D route.
Yeah. So Morgan, yes, go for the V5 route and enjoy. You won't regret it.
Yeah.
If study level is the thing that you want, and study level is the thing you enjoy, then V5 is a no-brainer.
Yeah, you'll get that in V5 study level. If you want to learn how to fly an airline, definitely. Or even simulate airline operations, you know? You'll get...
If there's any specific V5 questions, or of any like scenery or any add-ons that you're maybe questioning to buy for V5, there's Adam's Discord that you can drop in and ask a question.
Link down below.
Link down below. There you
go. We offer full support for any questions or any tech help, you know, anybody has to resolve crashes, issues, problems. Even there's a full PC support line in there, which I've taken advantage of myself, because
yeah,
we've all got PC problems if you're into flight simulation at the end of the day, or if you run Windows 10.
I was going to say, or if you've done the latest Windows update.
Yeah, by the way, Windows 10 updates, not so good for the PC, evidently. They tend to crash your PC. And that's confirmed by Microsoft on a website.
Was it?
Yeah. The recent updates. Which is probably why there's been so much social media problems and Discord going down and Everybody's...
Probably why it's killed my Microsoft store then.
Yeah. Oh yeah, what was that?
Yeah.
What was that? Let's quickly talk about that.
Okay.
Your Microsoft thing.
So, in the install I had that was working pre-update, I had Microsoft Flight Simulator downloaded and installed, but I didn't use it because I didn't ever need to. But it was there if I wanted to have a play with it.
Same here.
Now that I've done a reinstall of Windows twice, and I've done this one was a completely fresh install.
Okay.
I now Microsoft Store, punch in my product key, press the install button for the Microsoft Store, and all it comes up with is error. Gives me like a 12-digit code or 10-digit code, and then just says can't install those. So I googled that code, and that code seems to relate more towards Windows updates, which is convenient, than it does the Microsoft Store. However, I've tried every single possible fix I could find, and it's not fixed.
Right.
So I cannot download and install Microsoft Flight Simulator from the Microsoft Store, and as far as I know, there isn't an external installer.
No, there isn't.
You can get it. I could get it on Steam, but I'd have to buy it again.
Does your Microsoft account, because this is what governs every purchase you make on that store, your Microsoft account, does it think you've already downloaded it to your PC? And, like, did you uninstall it before you reset your Windows?
Yes, so I uninstalled everything that was major and deleted everything that was major, so the reinstall was
Because it may think you've already downloaded it to your PC, and then obviously go, well, why are you trying to download it again, dude? It's already on your PC. It's like...
So the solution I'm going to try is I'm going to try it on my dad's PC. See if I can log into my Microsoft account on his. Because I think it's a problem with the Microsoft Store, because I can't even install the Xbox app.
Well, I was going to say, can you try getting anything from the Windows Store? Because it could be your Windows Store is broken, not your Microsoft account. This is what I'm trying to determine, if it's your Microsoft account that's bugging out your store, or if it's the Microsoft Store itself.
So I can install updates for programs already installed.
But can you get something fresh? Try and go get like a free app.
I've tried downloading free apps. I tried installing the Xbox app.
So it's the Microsoft Store then?
It's the Microsoft Store. So I've gone on Google for the last 3 days. I've tried reinstalling the Microsoft Store, deleting it using the PowerShell, and then reinstalling it.
I've got something that you might be able to help you. Okay.
Okay. My last resort was to go on my dad's PC, log in on his as my account, download it, stick it on a hard drive, move it across, and then hoping the Windows would say, yes, you've got it installed. I can execute it and then let it do its own update.
Okay.
Once it's installed, it updates for itself. It doesn't need.
Exactly. Yeah. So I've got something where I have an installer for the Windows Store. So try running that first. But if not, I have something that will actually delete Windows Store off your PC, and then you can run the installer again, and it'll put it back on.
We'll go through that later.
Yeah. No worries. We'll do that off the stream and that. No worries. But
it was all. So the Microsoft Store was working pre-update, because obviously I've done the reinstall and it's installed to the latest version at the time.
Yeah.
There's been another update this week, but I think it's just broke it.
Yeah, I've stopped my updates again. Like my update time thing had run out, so I stopped it again till after Christmas, because I'm not ready yet to look into updates yet. Like, I wanna wait until I know Windows isn't gonna nuke itself. So I'll probably update this when the next major update comes out.
I can't justify another reinstall.
Exactly, yeah. So, protect your installation from Microsoft themselves.
That's the thing, though. You can pause the updates, and you can't switch them off unless you switch off the service.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh.
So weird, isn't it?
I just wanted to reinstall it just to have a play with it, because I know that they brought out a new update for the default A320, or an external company has, that integrates into it and has made it a little bit more study level.
Oh yeah.
I just want to play with it and see what it's like. So, but obviously I can't even install it. Can't even download it. But we'll chat about that later.
Yeah. I've got the return flight. You're flying to San Francisco. We can be in Discord after the stream. No worries.
I've got 3,827 miles to go, so
Present
I've got plenty of time.
Expect VO
Okay, no worries.
Runway 03
For
left
8 hours and
transition.
18
Lima Papa Charlie Bravo Charlie Alpha 214.
Well, in 50 miles, I'll start my descent.
Contact Canaries on 130.
So, we got 50 miles.
130.9 Bravo Charlie.
So, has anybody in the chat, anybody got any more things that they'd like to see included in version 5 for P3D? Hang on a sec, Ben. I'm going to wait till ATC finishes yakking in my ear. Okay.
Sierra Alpha Mike Alpha 5 Charlie arrival Bravo.
I keep turning them down, but it gets louder for some reason. Right, there you go. Okay, go for it, Ben.
So someone's commented saying Lockheed Martin P3D needs to improve its default scenery like Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is something we spoke about.
Yeah, that's nothing new.
Which, you know, it's another quite common response, which we'll task Chris Bell with. So crack on, Chris.
Yeah.
But no, I agree with that. You know, that's something that we all feel is necessary. They might not, but we do. It'd be nice to have. They're all nice to have, really.
So yeah, I'm going to quickly run through the list again that I've got. And this list has been pulled from the P3D forums, community members who I've asked, and who I've messaged, and they've gotten back to me as well. When I say community members, it's, you know, I asked people like, you know, the streamers, you know. Right. So I'll just read them off. So, camera replay optimizations, having the better experience using the replay feature. Camera motion effects, having a much better like integrating basically like stuff like chase planes motion effects into default camera effects.
Integrating chase plane as part of the sim.
Yeah. Night lighting improvements, full 64-bit simulator, satellite data streaming on the fly, more reflections with options of customization as well, fire and volcanic effects improved, autosave feature just like FSUI PC.
I agree with that one because FSUI PC is great, but obviously it causes stuff
and can crash your sim as well. Improved ground textures as a default, so buildings and the land class and everything just better improved, as well as updating or being able to. This isn't possible. So being up to date, updating textures on the fly. So
live streaming.
Not live streaming as such, but let's say if I wanted to quickly change my livery here, I have to restart the sim in order to do that, or I'd have to go into actually change the vehicle itself. I can't just repaint this texture on the fly. You know, like if I wanted to go in and do some like alterations and maybe sign my name, or actually just completely retexture this plane without swapping out the plane, that's not possible. But I think it would be
out of an airport while you're actually
exactly.
Flying.
What if I wanted to? What if I've just purchased the Gran Canaria Island airport that we're landing at, and I wanted to install it like before I landed, and it's like you can't do that. You have to restart your sim. So being able to update the textures on the fly, I think would be a big help to simmers, and to be honest, be a lot more fun, I think, for some. Enhancing the parking feature, so when you go to choose your airport in the menu, that map that you see the airports on and that you can zoom down, but being able to actually see your parking spot better, you know, and choose it, and maybe even instruct the pushback in that menu to how you're going to default pushback. But just basically that map mainly, complete update.
Like a 2D sort of ground chart that you can zoom in on.
Yeah, exactly. But I think also just the functionality of that map as well to be a lot better than it is It's still like the FSX map at the end of the day.
Having GSX included as part of the sim.
Or yeah, could do that. A greater range of default aircraft. Obviously, this is a military sim-based sim, so it's got more, military aircraft than civilian. And I think just having some commercial airliners other than, say, the Connie would also help as well. Some default ground services like what GSX... Yeah, exactly. That's what we're saying. Also, time accuracy, making sure that the time is better and more accurate than having to use an add-on, which is... Even though I've got an add-on and it's only 10 minutes, 13 minutes out... actually, no, it's, 11 minutes out. This would be a lot more out if I didn't have that add-on. This would be like an hour to 2 hours out by now. But having better time in the sim as well. So those are, say, a lot of the people I asked all said the same thing. And I didn't allow anybody to say performance improvements or VRAM improvements or true sky optimizations, because that's a given. That is already, that's going to be developed on in the future anyway, you know?
What about like traffic, so like boats and cars and stuff like that? Because obviously at the moment I keep my vehicle sliders, except AI aircraft, to a minimum.
Oh, Ben, increase that road traffic slider, dude. Scenery developer told...
So I have done for the road traffic, but obviously airport vehicles and ships and that have got big impacts.
Right, yeah, no, road traffic, scenery developer specifically told me that they optimized the road traffic in 5.1 in the hotfix. So you can increase your slider to 50% and not see a performance dip in the road traffic. In terms of ships, I use Global Ships AI, and you only need to set your traffic level of the ships at 6. That's it, 6%, and you'll get full ships everywhere. Like, the more you increase it, it does nothing to increase the level of ships you see. You only need to set it to 6%, and that's it. So,
all right. So another one then, as a possible option. So, like, I use Alpha India for their AI traffic engine.
Okay.
That's something I'd like to see implemented as a standard feature, because the default AI traffic in the sim is obviously crap. But Alpha India's system is free.
Right.
But absolutely brilliant. I've got like 1,000 airlines in there, and accurate flight plans and aircraft and stuff.
Yeah.
That's something I'd like to see as a standard feature.
But can I ask you a question? I mean, that's yeah, I'd like to see improved AI as well. But you use this Alpha India, and you say you got 1,000 airlines, and it works in your traffic. But you fly on VATSIM a lot. How often do you actually see the AI traffic that's not in the sim?
Probably 75% of my flights, because I only do VATSIM when I can revolve.
Right.
So the rest of the time I'll have that traffic on. It's already installed, it's ready to go, but I just turn the sliders in the sim down to 0 when I don't need them.
Okay.
But majority of the time I will have those sliders on to a percentage, and it's nice to see. It's a nice feel of immersion to have aircraft around you rather than being the only one in the sim.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's free and it only displays aircraft within like 100 miles of your current location, it doesn't max out your resources, because it's not trying to load aircraft 500 miles away.
Yeah. Well, that's why I love the one that I use, which is AIFB, and you basically set the schedules yourself, and you can use your payware planes as AI traffic. So you can have PMDGs everywhere, but it doesn't have a performance hit at all. So you do have to set the schedules for every plane, for every airport yourself, but you can put as many as you like in, and you don't get a reduction in FPS.
So VATSIM's model matching uses as much as it can of what you've got installed on your PC. Obviously the Alpha India one doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not bad models. They're
it's free at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But I like the fact it's, and a lot of people probably would feel the same. It's a one-click installer.
Yeah.
Like the people, like when I said earlier about people might not have the confidence to play around with CFG files. That's why I like that program so much, because I used to use Ultimate Traffic Live. This program is free and it's actually simpler to use.
Yeah.
And it's accurate to within 2 years worth of flight plans. So I can't moan at that at all. I'm getting something that's better than a payware product that's completely free. And they also include helicopters.
Yeah.
Which no other AI traffic engine has ever done.
Good point.
So if Lockheed Martin was to say, we want the rights to use your program, they'll then pay them, so they then get paid for it, but we're paying for it, but we're not even thinking about paying for it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they get some reward from it, and they're still developing their product that they enjoy making, and the community the entire community uses it rather than just those who can be bothered to download and install it.
Yeah. I'm just going to quickly wrap up here on the chat here. So Morgan was saying like what Microsoft have. They have a built-in store for the sake of simplicity for the add-ons. I know Orbex are trying to get every developer under their wing for that same reason, but I think it would be great if all my add-ons came from like an easy accessible self-updating location.
That's what I said earlier, wasn't it?
But then again, on the flip side, if that goes down, I can't get any add-ons. I'm sort of screwed. So I do like the fact that, it's not all under one hood yet, because if the Orbex Central went, so do all my add-ons,
Yeah.
And Advanced Aircraft Sales says, I want nothing that the Microsoft has except for more realistic graphics. I mean, yeah, I think basically,
I agree with that.
From what I've gathered from this live stream, is that everybody wants an improvement on like the default state of the sim in terms of its graphical interface and graphical look, and more integration of what add-ons they have as a default base, like chase plane put in by default, features of FSUI PC put in by default. And I think that's probably what Lockheed Martin could focus on in either the future update or these version 5 updates, is perhaps doing that, and tweaking also, of course, performance, VRAM usage, TrueSky, and making what we've already got even better and smoother, and taking advantage more of our hardware than it does,
Well, there's three things that I specifically want that Microsoft Flight Simulator currently has to be seen in P3D. So the first one is the atmospherics on the same level, the scenery on a similar level, and the flight dynamics.
Yeah.
The graphics I'm not particularly bothered about, because I just enjoy flying. I don't particularly care what it looks like around me as long as it feels real.
Yeah, feeling real.
If they was to add graphics in as a fourth step, then yeah, I would welcome it. But it's not my top three.
Definitely.
That's the only 3 or 4 things I would want that Microsoft Flight Simulator currently offer that P3D doesn't. Other than that, if those 3 or 4 things were in P3D, I wouldn't even consider Microsoft Flight Simulator. There would be no need to.
Just like Don saying, the physics, yes, the physics needs to be improved, definitely, most definitely.
That's probably the top feature in Microsoft Flight Simulator that that's the one thing they've pushed really hard in their PR, is how it feels when you fly around you. And that is my number one top thing I would like to see a version of it in P3D.
Right, well, everything we've discussed here, I'm going to be writing up in a little, not a review, but like a little dossier for Lockheed Martin, and I'm going to send it off to them with all these requests that we've been talking about, with our wish list for the future. So they will hear this, they will see what we have said, and then first I want to thank everybody in the chat for coming along and putting forward what you want out of this sim in the future. I want to thank Ben as well for my moderator for giving me your thoughts and help with the chat as well. But unfortunately, I've got to kick the cabin crew out the flight deck now because we're descending down to our airport.
Yeah, I might just jump back in my flight deck for 10 minutes.
Hey?
I might jump back in my flight deck.
Yeah, go check out your plane. So I'm gonna lock the flight deck door now, and I'm gonna say goodbye to the cabin crew. They're gonna go back in their places. I'll see you in a bit, mate.
Yeah, no worries.
And they're gonna go set up their own jobs that they have to do for the staff, for the customers. So we'll just lock that door now. And now we got to concentrate on the old descent, which has already begun. To be fair, we got our customer satisfaction up to 60%, guys. I mean, 60%. I mean, we were hoping for a bit more, like 90, but it's like.
Descending to flight level 120, Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
I mean, that's all that we could do, right? We need to slow down here, so let's throw some spoiler out, I think, and slow this plane down now a bit. 289. Hopefully slow this plane down. Keep going. Right, so descending down nicely. We've got to be, let's have a look at our charts real quick, set up our approach. Here we come in. Restrictions sufficient below 15,000. Okay, we are cleared down to 12,000, so that's fine. Let's have a look at our actual approach. We're going to the, I believe, the VOR DME runway left 3, so that's this one. Which sadly we're not on the ILS for some reason, I don't know why. 60% for Ryanair. I mean, that's too high, isn't it, mate? I mean, I can't believe it. 60%. These guys, these miserable bastards, right? These customers that I'm hauling, right, were at 18% when we were still at the gate. Like, they were miserable as sin. It's Christmas. It's like, what day is it today? It's the 21st, man. It's like Christmas in 4 days' time. Guys, this is the final stream for 2020 where we can say goodbye to 2020 and say hello to 2021 and hopefully have a better time in 2021. What add-on is that with the customer satisfaction? This is self-loading cargo, Morgan. Highly recommend it. It's ace. It's absolutely ace. It's probably because you've got a full cabin, no space.
70 QNH 1024 Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
What was that? Descending down to 7,000 feet now we can. Bloody hell, guys. Look at this. They're giving us the keys to the kingdom here. Right, we're at 15,000. Let's just reset the standard, I think. Ready for it. Set the speed brakes. There we go, brakes 2 on that one. What is... we're not on the ILS, unfortunately, so I don't know why, but ATC have given me the VOR approach, which... Okay. So... That's that. A final approach course is 027, so let's just dial that in now real quick. 027. And for what good that'll do, I don't think I'll do anything actually. Right. Minimums. So we got to get down to 3,800 and then sort of step climb down to the runway. Guessing because of terrain. Maybe. Which one? There's 2 here. 1430. Right. Entry into holding pattern is restricted to depicted arrival routes. Protected with 3 miles northwest. Okay. So Yeah, we don't have to, well, we don't have to worry about a briefing or anything like that. So 13.
BCA 2141. Descent to flight level 70. Contact approach control on 120.1.3.
Yeah, we're going down to 70.
Descending to flight level 70121.3. Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
Yeah, we're
Approach
at
Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141. With
oh
you.
yeah, baby.
Passing flight level 1204. Flight level 70.
Expect VOR. Approach runway 03. Left transition. Lima Papa Charlie.
Expect VOR. Approach runway 03. Left transition. Lima Papa Charlie Bravo Charlie Alpha.
Bets on the landing ratings. Yeah, guys, we're being tracked by Project Flyer, so give me your landing ratings. What do you think it's going to be, guys? Let me know. How does it compare to something like PAX? Do you know what, Morgan? I do have PAX, but when I first got it, I think it was still in the beta. I'm not too sure, but first off, it nuked my sound. As soon as I installed it, it completely disrupted my OBS sound, and it really put me off using it. I have seen people use it since. I'm sure that wouldn't happen again. But for what I see that it does, like, this does it better. Self-loading cargo, I feel, does it better. Like, yes, you get to see passengers going to sit down and stuff like that, and the voice sets, I think, with PAX are much better. Minus 236, Ben. Bloody hell, mate. Have some faith, brother. My gosh. I'm saying minus 136. I am. So I think PAX has better voice sets, but then you can update and have more voice sets for self-loading cargo. But for me, this is just much more of a fun experience because, like, you get, look at this, check this out. So, like, they give you ratings down here, right? And you can actually say, like, if there's nothing to report for the ground crew. There's no medical issues. Toilets are inaccessible. I mean, I don't know why. 10,000 feet, that's the lights going on.
Please turn off all electronic devices until we're safely parked at the gate. Thank you.
Put the Wilwell lights on as well because we will be opening those up soon, so might as well do that now. Down to 289. I think we need to drop our speed down to 240 as well. We're going a little bit too fast. So let's bring that down. But yeah, I find self-loading cargo much more fun. Like, you can also get reports from the manifest here. So, like, it tells you everybody who's on board here. Imagine if you saw your name here. How freaky would that be? But look, it tells you, like, they got one carry-on bag. They're in the premium. This one's reading a book here. Stuart Wine is reading a book. They're relaxing. There's no Mile High Clubbers here, I've noticed. I don't know if that's something that could be included. It'd be pretty funny to see people in the Mile High Club, do you know what I mean? But, like, you have that, then you also have this. So, oh gosh, oh my gosh, you do have this, like, PAX. Look at this. Dude, I didn't know about that. Forget PAX now. That's rubbish. This has everything. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize about this. It's got people moving around the cabin. This one's Ben. There's Ben. He's the stewardess. Cabin crew member. Dude. And what's this one here? Oh, these are all my flights that I've done. Look, here's my landing ratings and everything. Bloody hell. Dude, this has it all. Forget PAX, man. Just forget it. This has got it all. Anyway, let's exit out of that. They're going to butter it like yours, Ben. Definitely, mate. Definitely. Oh, gosh. We're coming up on the airport soon. We do need to get down and boogie here. We need to descend faster than that, mate. Come on, get a wriggle on. Should start seeing some stuff here. Although it's really... Oh, gosh. Clouds inbound. Look at this. More screenshots for the tourists. Gotta make those postcards, haven't we? To sell to people. Can't rely on 63p to keep me fed. Right. Speaking of that, pizza time. Yeah. Hang on, what did he say we could go down to? 5,000 feet now. I missed that. Good thing my co-pilot told me. He's on the radio, he's doing it all. Your Hanover landing was minus one? Minus one, mate. Fuck it out. Mate, I'm that good. I have landing ratings that are in the plus. Start the APU now. Just in case we have some sort of mad engine failures. I'm going to kill the center tanks because there's too much fuel in the wings, I feel. Gonna limit them down a little bit. To put too much fuel on this bad boy, I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. We're now crossing a zone of turbulence.
Yeah.
Secure your seats and keep your seatbelts fastened.
We need to get down to 5,000 feet by the time we get to these little ants here. So I think we'll be okay. We'll be alright. A weird arrival route. I know it is. I know. Yeah, it is. It should go out further, I feel, and come in. But I mean, I'm not going to follow this strictly. I'm going to go out further. I am, because you're right, Ben. This does look weird. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go out further and then loop back in. So I'll break this off soon, and I'll just steer it wherever. Like, it is a bit weird, like, isn't it? Normally you come in from the east. I mean, this is what ATC gave me. This is the Pro ATC program. Give me this one, so. Yeah. I mean, that program is in dire need of an update. Do you know what I mean? In dire need. Don's asking what am I eating. I'm having my dinner, mate. Pizza time, innit? Captain Pizza coming in for a landing. I think Lockheed Martin have sent me a pizza here. It's actually Pizza Hut's festive pizza. Tastes like stuffing. Right, so we are going to kill the LNAV now. We are going to just, where are we going? We are going to go a little bit more out before we come in. So we're still descending at the rate we want. In fact, we're going to kill that off a little bit. We're going to put our speed down to 200 now. And yeah, we're going to go out and then come back in because it's a little bit weird, this one. I don't feel it gives us enough room to maneuver. But we should see the airport at least. I mean, what the hell? There it is.
Bravo,
land down there.
141. Bravo, Charlie
it's all
Alpha.
very murky though, isn't it? Bloody hell. Dude, this is dangerous driving, this is. Isn't it? Cleared to the approach transition. Right, flaps, we'll put some more speed brake out, I think. Slow us down to 200. We can put our first stage of flaps out now. That'll help. I'll put us back on the old VNAV in a minute. But I think we need to be allowed to come down to, like, lower than that. So I'm going to
Charlie Alpha 2141. Speed 2250.
Yep. Well,
speed 2250. Bravo.
Speed 200, mate. So I won't worry about 250. But can we go down to like 3,000, please?
Bravo, Charlie Alpha 2141. Negative.
Negative? Dude, I've got to come in for landing. Oh, it's happening anyway, mate. It was more of a courtesy to ask you, more than a request, mate. Can I just say that? Not a good weather situation, is it? I mean, is this correcting or Gran Canaria? Is this what it is? Bloody hell. Right, we got 61% satisfaction. At least they're happy back there to some degree. They've obviously never flew with me before. Or maybe that's why they were 18%. Maybe they were 18% because they have flown with me before. They know my landings. They know your power's too great. Cheers, Tom. I hope there's no mountains around here. Hang on, let's have some terrain radar on. See if there's any mountains around here. Oh, hello. Something lurking off to the side here. Oh, yeah. Oh, baby. We just missed that. Look at that. Oh, dudes. Look at that. Well, we can still sneak off that way. Alright, we're going to do a turn here, so... Do a turn here and then come back in and loop around again. We'll ask for descent permission again.
Alpha 2141. Turn left heading 155. Climb to 5,000. Speed
5,000, dude, I want to go down to 3.
Turn left heading 155. Climbing to 5,000. Speed 2210. Bravo Charlie Alpha 2141.
Can I go down to 3,000, please? Hello? Won't let me? Try 4,000 then? Alright, we'll try asking again then. Whoa, this is, I can't close this window, guys. What the fuck? Dude, I can't close that window. That's glitched out for some reason. You following me on Project Fly? Right, I'm gonna have to do a turn. Honestly, this thing's doing me nut in here. I can't see. Oh shit, I can't see my bloody radar now. Oh, get that fucking request altitude box out of your face, man. Why is that stuck on? I can't get rid of it. Oh, hey, close your window, dude. You're letting the flies in. I'll have to kill ATC. Sorry, ATC. You had to be done, mate. There we go. Now I can land in peace. Right, we're on the approach. Well, yeah, the autopilot's not on really, is it? Well, we're going down. We're going down. We're going down. Here we go, boys. Can't do the old. Okay. Right, speed brake, back to being armed. Speed 200. Take that down to 170. We need to line up here. I'm having to fly by this thing because bloody weather, I can't see anything. I hope the altitude is correct, otherwise we're gonna have a crash. Bloody pea soup. Right.
2,500.
2,500 confirmed. Continuing. Let's right, what's that there? That's the 5 miles. What is that? LFP? LPC. So if we go direct to that. Hang on, let me put this back on. And will that steer me in? Yes, it will. Take me down, boys. Take me down. Right, we're all set up here. Lights are on, set, altitude, flaps. We'll be coming up to use in full in a minute. Speed's going down. Why are we not descending? Come on, sunshine. Why are we not going down? I have to brake you, I'm afraid, because you're not doing what I told you to do. Right, and you should be on 170. Right, I'll do the Ving, you do the LNAV, mate. Where's the runway on? .5 miles away. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Right, tear that down to 200. 200. Okay, that's good. That's good. Everything's set good. Coolio. One more stage of flaps, I feel. Just to slow me down a bit more. Right then. I gotta look out for the runway somewhere. Can't see it. Well, there's plenty of traffic down there. Look at that. Bloody hell, man. It's supposed to be Christmas time here. Everybody's on the go, it seems. Party don't stop at Gran Canaria. Right, runway dead ahead. Runway dead ahead. Engage. I've got control, I think. Dude, we're a bit high. We're on the money. We're way too high, actually. I don't know how we got so high, because I did tell this plane to go down. So, yeah, yeah. Don't worry about it, buddy. Right, full flaps. Yeah, it's all right, boys. It's all right. Wheels down. That's all it's crying for.
Cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Prepare for crashing. 100 and 200 miles an hour, dude. Fuck it out. What's going on here? I did say 170. The auto throttle is off, yeah? Right, here we go, boys. We're coming in.
Sync rate.
Yeah. My throttle, by the way, is idled. So, I don't know what that's all about. No deceleration. Here we go.
50.
We lose all that speed now.
20.
Butter? Why are we going up? Let's go down.
10.
Butter! Reverse. We're not down yet. Reverse still, though. Reverse. Whoa, shit. Oh, shit. Reverse. Reverse. There we go. Need some decent throttles there. The reverse ain't working as like it should. Right, so they say my landing was minus 218. We'll see what Project Fly say, alright? Gear flaps. Everyone's going nuts. Ah! Right, reverse is out. We're coming off the runway. And that's how you do it, boys. I don't know where that yellow line's going. Bloody hell. Balls to that one. Speed brakes down, flaps up. I feel like we've come off the wrong way here. There could have been a plane here. Right, auto brake. Taxi lights, landing lights off.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination.
Yeah,
For
baby.
Safety and comfort, we ask that you please remain seated.
Safety and comfort,
Keep your
just
seatbelt
don't
fastened
move
until
yet.
the
Wait
captain
for the
pulls on
insurance
fasten
claim.
seatbelt sign.
Right.
This will indicate that we have parked
Let's
at the
get
gate,
GSX on the go here.
free to move about. Please check around your
Oh,
seat for any personal
that's not what I
belongings you might
pushed.
have brought on board
I
with
pushed
you.
G.
And please use
Why has
caution
that
when
come up?
opening the overhead bins, as
It's
heavy
fucked.
articles may have tipped you
Dude,
around
I'm pushing
during
G
flight.
for
If you require
GSX.
deplaning assistance,
What the fuck?
please remain in your seat until all other passengers have deplaned. One of
No
our crew
GSX,
members
because
will then be
Pro
pleased to
ATC's
assist.
fucked me
We
over.
remind you to please wait
Look at
until
that.
outside the terminal to use any electronic devices or to smoke in the designed areas.
Hang on a second.
On behalf of our airline and the entire crew, I would like to
Restart.
thank you for joining us on this trip, and we are looking forward to seeing you on board again in the near future. Have a nice day.
Why is GSX not loading? Why is it loading that menu still? Hello? Adam likes to get his money's worth. Don't think I've ever used the last taxiway on Gran Canaria's runway. Mate, what's going on with GSX here? I can't get the menu up. It just brings up Pro ATC. Like the old menu for Pro ATC. This has never happened to me before. I've never experienced this before. Even restart it. I mean, I'll disable and try that, but... I disable and re-enable, but I don't think that's going to work either. There's got to be a reason why that's gone loopy on me. Thanks, Pro ATC. Thanks for fucking me over. Right. Forget GSX then. We'll make our own way to the... Don't know what happened there. Right. Checklist Charlie time. Continual. Lights are all done. Put the... well, no, we'll keep that on there actually. Right, what gate are we going to use here? I don't know. Welcome to Gran Canaria, where the local time is 4:41 p.m. 4:34 p.m. Please remain seated until the aircraft comes to a full stop and the fasten seatbelt sign has been turned off on the airplane. If you have an accident claim form, please hand them in on your way off the aircraft. I think I missed my turning then. Let's see here. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Shall we, we'll have this one. We're going for this one, whatever this one is. This is ours. P04. Yep. Even though this is that stand, and I missed my turning for the other one, but we'll have this one. There is no marshal here because GSX gave up on me. Terminal 1. There we go. Here we're coming in, boys. Come on. Come on. Come on. Bit more. Ah. Whatever. That'll do me. Right. Taxi lights off. APU started. Switch on to the APU. Battery. Wait for that to fuel up a bit more. Kill those and the fuel pumps. Seatbelt signs off. We can't actually dock. I've just realised the jetway because GSX is for some reason trying to access the ATC window, which I don't get that at all. Maybe if I restart Pro ATC, I wonder if that will help. But for some reason, I don't know why, it's just all gone a bit cockier with the old thing there. No, still brings up that menu. Anybody know how to fix GSX? First time I've ever had an issue here. And do you know why? Because I bloody put that dude's files in. What is it? Commander Catriel, whatever his name is. Hang on a second. started the APU up. Ground power in it. We're not gonna have any. Wrong one. Yeah, I got you. Check suck there, but then connect that up. Yeah. Shut up. And might as well stick to the ground power now. Connect up to that, so we can feed off that. We can turn off our logo anti-collision. Actually, no, keep the logo on, sorry. Turn off lights can come off. All that hydraulics can come off now. Anti-ice, pit outs. Tell the customers they can get up. Nice landing, look at that. Somebody who appreciates it. Look at that. 73%, guys. Honestly, they love me. They love me at Self-Cargo Land, whatever it's called. Open the doors up, I guess. We're going to have to... I don't know how we're going to get these passengers off now. Because I can't deboard them, according to JSX. I can't get the jetway. Can't bring up the menu because it just brings up the ATC menu. Which is weird, isn't it? What else can we do here? Like, nothing really, isn't it? Troubleshooting. I ain't gonna help. Bugged. Maybe we could try control. Was it Control J for default? There we go. Default jetway. That's all we can do. Takes its time, doesn't it? Right then. Everybody can get off now. They're deboarding the plane. We've pretty much finished up here. Everything's done. We did open the doors. Seatbelt signs are off. Can't think of anything else. Leave this in a state of turnaround, ready for the flight home. Which we will literally do. I'll jump out. No stairs for me. Oh, hang on. Have we not opened the door here? Yeah, deboarding. Right. Click to start. Yeah. Start deboarding. Yeah, they're deboarding. Yeah, that's fine. Well, here we are. Gran Canaria, guys. I don't know if this is an actual representation of the day here. But, yeah. It looks alright, doesn't it? What's this here? Hey, look. Yo, Rest, how's it going? The IMC on the CPU on, that was fucked. What? What? IMC to the CPU, man? That sounds like a song. What's... You're going to have to replace... Is that you, Resticles, mate? You just got your... Oh, hang on. I missed one of your messages. That's why. You just got your dual PC stream setup working, only to find out that the motherboard on the secondary streaming PC just died. So now we're going to have to replace the motherboard and the IMC on the CPU. Right, there we go. That's better. Was fucked, so you're going to have to replace that as well. Dude, I'm in the same boat as you. I'm going to have to replace, as my flight sim PC, my PC. Because basically my CPU is dying, it seems. But if I want to upgrade to current graphics card and get a CPU that is going to be more current as well, well, it's a motherboard replacement. It's like, might as well just buy a new PC. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to shift this PC to my streaming PC. and then I'm literally going to build my own flight sim PC. So that's the project for the next couple of years. Where's all the planes? We got like one plane here. Hey? I don't know. Hey, Sunshine. Yeah, I see you, boy. How come it's not busy at this airport, mate? Usually, like, you know, this place is buzzing. What's going on, mate? Is it Christmas? You don't get anything out of the staff these days, do you? What was my landing rating project flight? Ben, good question, mate. I like good questions. Minus 216. So slightly better, but, you know. I guess you were closer than I was. I was going for minus 13 something. You guessed minus 236, so you were closer than me. Complete the flight. And now the truth. Yeah, you weren't far off, mate. But, you know, I think we did all right. 4-hour flight time. Just got to make the return trip now, so... Excuse me, Squire. There was somebody else around here I saw. Or I thought I saw anyway. Guess not. Anyway, guys, that's it really. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for all your support and your help with this little live stream project, which is the final live stream of this year. I know Lockheed Martin will be watching it with anticipation to see how my landing went. So all your feedback is in there. You know, all your feedback is a part of what they're doing. So we shall see what the future holds for us. You know, we shall see. And on the 31st of December, I will do a final farewell to 2020 on Twitch. There is a link down below to my Twitch channel. You can go check that out, and I will do a live stream starting at 7 p.m. on the 31st. We're going to see in the new year together. We're going to have a party. I'm going to get drink. We're going to be ace, okay? And we'll do another flight as well. As well as do a bit of Star Citizen as well. So you can see that. And you can see what a decent landscape looks like, you know? But I'm going to do the return flight of this. And I'm going to insert my own satellite for Spain. So when I fly over Spain, I'm going to take some pictures and screenshot comparisons with what we flew over today. Because it's a lot different. And well, hopefully, these passengers a little bit more grateful, you know? Is that a throttle in front of you, the red thing? Yes, this is this here is my throttle system for now. It's the Cytec throttle system. I do have some throttles from Boeing that are coming in that I'll be able to use like that. They're being made specially for me, and I thank you to the person who shall name nameless. And they're coming in. New throttle handles will obviously help your landings. Well, we'll see, Ben. We'll see. We'll see when I get my new throttles. How will my landing rating be with a proper Boeing set of throttles, you know? So, yeah. So this is what I've got currently, but who knows? Maybe even... Who knows when I'll get them? I don't know. When they're ready, I guess. When they're ready. It's, Watch this space, innit? Anyway, guys, I'm going to head off now. I want to say ta-ra. I'm using the wrong mouse. And yeah. Ooh. Ooh. That should be alright for the 31st. Anyway. I just need a second quadrant setup. Yes, I do have two. I have one now, but I do have a second one in storage, which I'll make sure I pull out for when these throttles arrive. And then I'll show you guys. I'll show you these Boeing-style throttles when they arrive. You know, they're really... I've seen them. I've seen pictures of them. They're gorgeous. They're just like the real thing, honestly. And hopefully, maybe they'll improve my landing ratings. We shall see. Anyway, guys, I'm going to head off now. I've got to turn this plane around and shoot off again. So, I'm going to say goodbye now. But thank you guys so much for watching. And, you know, keep an eye out, by the way, in the future for Rex Studios. Keep an eye out, yeah? For Rex, because you never know when they might pop up with Skyforce. Innit? Alright? Guys, take care. I'll be in Discord. Yeah, I'll be in my Discord, guys. I'll be in the general chatting section. So if anybody wants to chat still, jump in my Discord. Feel free to join. Continue the conversation, guys. Peace.